I've been walking these streets so long, singing the same old song. I know every crack in these dirty sidewalks of Broadway, where hustle's the name of the game, and nice guys get washed away like the snow and the rain.
Hello everyone, this is old Sammy Pendelatone, and before we get to the phone call, I have a couple things to say very quickly. First thing, I didn't use the word candid at all in this call, maybe once I think. That seemed to grate on some of y'all's nerves a little bit the last time, so rejoice. Second thing, somewhere in the middle of the call, we wanted to get the people who were in the live stream chat involved a little bit. So we started taking suggestions for words and phrases that they wanted us to work into the conversation in creative ways. I don't remember all the things that they gave us, but I can remember some of them. Chorizo, Xanadu, Dale Earnhardt, panties, Atlantic City, sanitary napkin, which is, you know, kind of distasteful, really brings this upscale production down a few notches. Nutsack, we did Nutsack, I think. Clobbering time. I know there were others, but I can't remember all of them. But if you're one of those people who got your word used, leave a comment, tell us, please. This call is rather long, but you've come to expect that by now. I'm in the first part, and then for a little while it's Lorne and Ramona, but in the last third, in the last part, there's a special surprise guest who makes an appearance. Some of y'all know who it is, some of y'all don't. But if you're into the Lorne Saga, it's definitely worth hearing. It's a big deal. Saving the most important part, the most important thing that I wanted to say for last. I just feel like I need to acknowledge that there's a controversy currently within the community about this project. It's become somewhat polarizing on a number of levels, and as a relative newcomer to the Ramona project, it's important for me to say that I feel like I can see both sides of the controversy. My motivation in agreeing to play this role was to take an opportunity to say some things to Lorne that I think he needs to hear, and that I know many, many people within the community have wanted to say to him for years. I tried to approach this as being a mouthpiece for the community. And I know that by no means have I been perfect at it, but to those of you who are critical of the ethical complexity of the situation, I hope you can at least appreciate that angle of it. I want to say also that I feel like I understand the position of those who have issues with all of this on ethical grounds. And I don't presume to have anything like sanctimony or a moral commission here in the sense of casting judgment on those people. This to me is a fascinating case study on morality, and I can say now from experience that the complexity of the moral dilemma increases exponentially when someone is given the opportunity to go from merely observing the interaction to participating in it. In the words of the illustrious Dustin McFetridge, I can see both sides, and when you hear a grown man break down into tears because you've intentionally been berating him without mercy, the way I did in this call, there's a primal tinge of visceral compassion that springs up, almost involuntarily. And it is in those moments and in reflecting on them later that the cries of the critics resonate the deepest with me. You know, the mantra to live and let live, to leave Lorne alone to his miserable life and his choices, all of that echoes, and the fear that we've somehow gone too far, all of that registers. And I'm sure I can speak for everyone in the community here, people who enjoy this and people who are uncomfortable with it, at least in saying that our humanity has compelled each of us to consider the matter from this perspective. But then I think of something like a conversation I had 2 days ago with a member of this community, and she discussed years of experiences as the victim of an unrepentant child abuser, and she talked about the catharsis and the release she feels when she's able to observe those who would and who have made innocent children the targets of their evil suffer. I inquire internally about what the good can be from something like this. Are we here to punish Lorne perpetually for continuing to be a contagiously terrible person, which he absolutely is, in my view? Is it to keep him occupied so he can't harm others in the real world? Is it to try to strike a blow, however mild, for sympathetic justice, for those who never had justice and who should have, and to show solidarity to them and to all others, especially children whose lives have been permanently tainted by people like this? I don't pretend to have the answers to those questions. Maybe the best service something like this offers is to open up the conversation. It's certainly worth having. And chief over everything, I don't want this experiment to drive anyone out of this community. So I hope that I can encourage all of us to be open to hearing what the other side has to say and to keep this dialogue going. I've thought several times about maybe hosting a live stream of my own at some point where we can roundtable some of these issues and talk and argue a little bit and figure out what the common ground is. If you think that's something you're interested in me doing at some point, leave comments. Maybe we can make it happen. In the meantime, thank you for all your feedback and your criticism. Thank you for letting me address the controversy with you. And if you're sticking around for the call, thanks for listening. It's long, but there's a lot of intriguing material in this one. So, on with the show.
Lorne?
Yeah?
What's going on?
You want to tell me?
Tell you what?
Huh?
Tell you what?
All fucking day, the exception of the last fucking message I got from you is 5:11. I sent you messages after that. Nice fucking messages. Not a goddamn thing. You never fucking called me, never sent a fucking text message. I don't care where you're at. You couldn't have sent me one fucking text message.
What are you talking about, Lorne?
Another fucking thing is this goddamn bullshit of texting Emma and having her call me telling me that you're thinking about breaking up with me because I broke your fucking curfew. Fuck your curfew. I'm tired of that stupid shit. You're going to disrespect me, then I'm going to disrespect you.
How did I disrespect you, Lorne?
When did you send me a fucking message? 5:11 today. I sent you several after fucking 8 o'clock. Or around 8 o'clock. I sent you a fucking message. 2 or 3 of them. Not even one fucking message back. At all. You're not going to tell me that there wasn't some fucking time where you couldn't send me a little fucking message.
Lorne, why are you doing this?
Why am I doing? Why are you doing this? What about this dinner with the special friend?
First of all, can we...
I'm telling you right now, you go on that fucking date, we're done. And you're going to have to fucking call that son of a bitch with me on the phone and tell him there's no fucking date. Because that shit is not going to fucking happen.
Well,
I'm not fucking dealing with that bullshit all over again.
first of all, if you're talking about my therapist, he might end up texting me because or calling me because I texted him anyway a few minutes ago.
Of course. At fucking 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the fucking morning, you're texting this cocksucker.
Lorne,
This is going to fucking stop, Ramona. I'm not dealing with a fucking doctor all over again. That's fucking bullshit. It's you cheating on me.
Lorne, do you realize that the doctor is at my house and he and my brother were both interrupted because they heard my phone keep going off?
Keep going off. I called you a couple of times.
Lorne,
But gee, wouldn't it have made a fucking difference if you would have sent me a text message? I'd go down to bed and slept all fucking night instead of being awake.
I am having family time. You know I'm having surgery in a couple of days. I am spending time with my family.
And it kills you to send me a text message? I would have slept all fucking night. Fine. If you would have sent me a fucking text message saying I'm having family time tonight, I'll talk to you tomorrow. No, you can't do that. I've asked you to do that before several times. You still can't do it.
First of all,
Why do you want to disrespect me so much?
First of all, Lorne, I'm not disrespecting you. That's thing one. Thing
That's
two.
bullshit. This fucking therapist that you had to text him this time of morning that he wants to call you. Then you're going to have more time with this therapist that you want to go on a fucking date with.
Okay, Lorne, if he calls, I will let you in on the call as well. You can be...
And you can tell him there's no fucking date on Wednesday or one other fucking day.
Lorne, it is not a date.
It's not a date. You already told him that you have a special friend. He's special, huh? You've known him not even 2 fucking weeks. He's special.
First of all, he is special, but that's not even the friend I was referring to.
Fucking space kids. When was the last the text message that I sent you after 5:11? That was the last one you sent me. You said, yup, LOL. When was the next one that I sent you?
Let me go back.
I know it was around 8 o'clock, because me and Roy were already had piling all this metal shit on up in Pike's trailer. I cleaned this yard up.
Okay, let me see.
I debated on even texting you because I was tired and I was going to go to bed.
Okay, so then why didn't you go to bed, Lorne? Why do you have a compulsive need to message me all the time?
Because when do you take a nap now? You don't usually take a nap now. You know why? Because you're up all fucking night. No time for me at all during the day. Instead, I can be up all fucking night just to get a little time with you. Before this fucking therapist, he's becoming awful fucking special in your life, isn't he?
He's a very nice guy, and I respect him. I think he's brilliant.
He's a piece of shit. You wait until I tell Allie about the shit he said. And I'm giving Allie his fucking name, too. I'm going to have the shot and the cocksucker checked out. And he needs to lose his fucking license.
Okay, Lorne, first...
That's one thing a therapist doesn't do is go around calling other people fucking losers. And hitting on their fucking clients.
Okay,
asking them out to dinner.
You have a problem with him calling you a loser, but you can call me a pathetic bitch?
I don't do that anymore. I'm not drinking.
Okay, because you haven't done that in 2 weeks. Well, I can tell you...
turn the goddamn tables on me.
Well, I can tell you what...
fucking therapist calling your boyfriend a loser.
Okay, well, I can tell you...
I'm a therapist. Allie has never fucking called you a name once.
Gee, I wonder why, Lorne. There's nothing that I have done.
She got some fucking coof. The therapist you have doesn't have any coof. He's a piece of shit.
I want you to know one thing. That the 3-month thing has restarted itself. Because you couldn't...
No, it hasn't restarted. I'm telling you, it hasn't restarted. Because I'm not fucking waiting to meet you. This bullshit is going to get over with. We're going to fucking meet. I'm tired of this shit.
Lorne, I am afraid of you.
There's a fucking excuse. And you always do something just to fucking try to piss you off and fuck with my head some more.
Okay.
This 3-month shit is not starting over. I'm tired of this shit. Now we got this cocksucking therapist. You keep fucking with my head. You keep doing this shit on purpose.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Dinner with your therapist? He asks you out to fucking dinner and you say yes? When your boyfriend's right on the fucking line listening.
It is not.
So disrespectful to me, it's unreal.
It's not disrespectful. It is not a date.
How the hell can you tell me that it's not disrespectful when a guy asks you out on out to a dinner and you say yes with your boyfriend right on the phone?
It is
when
not.
When a guy asks you out to dinner, you don't say yes when you have a boyfriend.
It is not a date unless we kiss, and I don't kiss on the first date, so therefore it's not a date, Lorne.
I don't care if it's if there's a fucking kiss or not.
So you don't care if we kiss?
Don't put words in my mouth. You know goddamn well I care.
You say you don't care if it's a kiss or not.
Guess you're gonna fucking kiss him now, then, huh?
Lorne, first of all, his divorce is not final. Second of all, I am not going to kiss a married man.
You shouldn't even know that much about your own therapist. You have no right to know that much about your therapist. That is such a violation. It is unbelievable.
Lorne, what is a violation is you messaging me and calling me after 10 p.m. I have asked you, I have begged you repeatedly not to do that.
And I have begged you repeatedly not to fuck around and do stupid shit like say yes to a fucking dinner with another guy. That's a date. And you still can do it. Where's all this respect that you have for me? I really don't fucking see it.
Lorne, where is the respect for me when you're calling me and leaving me nasty voicemails and telling me to go F myself at 3 in the morning?
Mm-mm. What are you doing fucking texting the one fucking person that I don't like, that you know I don't like?
What are you
talking about breaking up with me because I broke the trust you? Well, you don't want me to fucking disrespect you, stop disrespecting me.
But Lorne, it's because you do it so many times. You do this.
And you don't too. It's just that I don't say shit. Instead I put up with the bullshit.
Okay, Lorne, it starts over.
No, it doesn't start over. It's not starting
over.
We've been fucking 9 months already, and it is not fucking starting over.
It is starting over.
Hey, no goddamn way. I'm waiting another fucking 3 months. Forget it.
Lord, no, it is starting over. I am afraid of you, okay?
Bullshit.
I am afraid of you.
You're afraid of me. You're not afraid of me. You're fucking trying to put it back again. That's all you're doing.
Lord,
That's all you've been doing.
Lord, I gave you a list of 10 things, and my therapist agreed with that list.
Oh, of course your therapist agreed with it. I don't agree with it. When you don't fuck with my head. If you seem to want to keep doing that,
Lorne,
because that therapist could be an underwear model.
He does look like he can be an underwear model, but that is not.
So can the doctor.
That is not.
So can the neighbor. So can the neighbor's cousin.
Yeah,
you're not fucking in my head, are you?
They are all very good-looking men, but I'm not sleeping with them. I'm not kissing them.
No, you're just going out on dates with them when you have the boyfriend.
I'm not rubbing their penis on the outside of my genitalia. I mean, what do you want me to say? I am not dating these men. I have a lot of men in my life, but I'm not dating them. My dad is a good-looking guy, and I'm not dating him.
You don't have to go on a fucking date with your therapist.
I am not.
If that fucking shit happens, you forget it. We'll be done, because I'm not doing that shit again.
Okay, first of all, like my therapist would say, okay, I'm going to be candid with you, okay?
I don't give a fuck what your therapist would say. I don't care about your therapist. He's a piece of shit. Shouldn't even have a fucking license.
Now, as I was going to say, like my therapist would say, I'm going to be very candid with you, okay?
Listen, you don't understand. I don't want to hear anything that your therapist says. I don't fucking like him.
Okay, Lorne,
Your therapist sucks.
Lorne.
Your therapist, come up here and go to Allie. That's a fucking therapist.
Okay, Lorne, first of all, when he calls me back, because he messaged me and said he'd call me back in a little bit. When he calls me, I'm going to join the call because I want to be candid and open with you, and I want you to hear what he says and what I say to him so that you don't have any questions, because he is calling me in a little bit, okay? But
you need to not say the word candid to me anymore, because I remember that douchebag saying candid too much.
I can't say candid?
No, because it reminds me of him. That means that you're picking up his stupid shit.
But candid is a good word.
Well, you're smiling at that, so you can figure out a different word to say.
Well, can I say candy, like candied yams?
Blunt.
Candied yams. Well, I don't smoke, so I would say blunt.
Who cares about smoking? It's blunt.
Well, I'm not a marijuana girl.
I didn't even go to college, and I'm picking up all these other fucking terms. I don't have to use the word candid.
Well, I
The
mean,
fucking therapist that shouldn't even have a license says it.
well, Lorne, as you said, he went to therapy school.
Yeah, Lucky Charms.
Lorne, listen to me, okay? Because this needs to be understood, okay? Thing one, it's starting over again. The 3 months is starting
No,
over.
I'm telling you, it's not starting over.
Lorne, I am a
fucking starting over. I am tired of this shit. We've been 9 fucking months. We should have met 3 months after we started talking. There's no
Lorne,
fucking way that this 3 months is starting over.
Lorne, I
don't give a fuck what you say. It is not starting over. I am fucking tired of this shit.
I did not.
Then meet me. Meet me and stop putting me through this hell.
What hell am I putting you through, Lorne?
Constantly putting it back and finding some fucking reason to keep putting it back. I have 3 fucking people that I have to fucking deal with constantly. Not to mention my family. When is Ramona coming up? When is Ramona coming up? My fucking therapist, my counselor, my fucking probation officer. Is she gonna get to a date? Oh no, because she keeps feeding us fucking reasons to set it back. And it's not happening again.
Lorne, I have said to you a list of 10 things that I begged you not to do, and I would come up there, and I had even said that I would pay to come up there. I asked you...
And what did I beg you not to do?
Lorne, I asked you...
Not to fucking go on dates with other guys.
Lorne, I asked you not to call me
Which is common sense.
and message me. Lorne, you have violated the messaging curfew tonight. That's what you did tonight.
You violated going over accepting a fucking date the other night from a fucking therapist.
It's not a date, and he's a very good therapist.
Date.
It's not a date.
Is it me taking you out?
Is what?
Is it me taking you out to dinner?
Could you afford to?
Yeah, I can afford to. Don't worry about it. Is it me taking you out to dinner?
No.
Your boyfriend.
Say again?
And I'm your boyfriend.
Lord, it is not a date.
I'm your boyfriend, right?
Yes, Lord.
And it's not me taking you out to dinner.
I mean, my daddy takes me out to dinner, and he's not my boyfriend. My mommy takes me out to dinner, and she's not my girlfriend.
Between your dad and your mom and your brother.
Okay, but I'm not having lesbian sex with my mom, and she takes me out to dinner.
Which is another thing I wouldn't mention. This cocksucker hitting on you. And he's a therapist. He's supposed to be a therapist. Not a fucking major rule booking.
He did not hit on me.
He hit on you all goddamn night.
But how could you say that?
Really? Let me repeat what he said.
Okay, repeat what he said.
I'm not divorced yet, but I can still take you out. We can become friends and get close, and then when my divorce goes through, then we see what happens.
Okay, that's hardly hitting on me.
That was hitting on you.
He's still got another 2 or 3 weeks before his divorce is final.
Oh, gee, so you got 2 or 3 weeks that you get to fuck around with it before his divorce is final.
I would not...
Then what are you going to do? Kick me to the curb because you got the fucking therapist right there? It's more for a couple of weeks?
Well, I am not trying to fuck with your head. I was relaxing, and
sure, I'm doing a good job of it.
No. I was relaxing, and you messaged me repeatedly, called me repeatedly, and left me a pretty nasty voicemail.
That's when you're fucking right, because you text Emma telling her that you're thinking about breaking up with me and you have a dinner with a special friend.
Okay, I needed...
What was this special friend that I will have in my head? Fucking this.
Okay, I needed to vent to someone, and I messaged her, and I messaged my therapist.
You messaged your therapist about me.
Yes, he's my therapist.
Jay, give that son of a bitch some more ammunition, huh?
No, he knows what's going on. He's my therapist. Okay, so here's the
Your
thing.
therapist, you terminated that before, and it needed to stay terminated.
Okay,
You
here's
crossed the fucking line.
Okay, Lorne, here's the thing, okay? I was very candid, open with you, and I said that that I had messaged my therapist. I was honest. I told the truth. And I said that he said he'd be calling me very shortly. And I said, when he calls, I don't even care if he, I don't even care if he agrees. I'm going to join the call. I don't care if he says that I can't and that he just wants it to be one-on-one. I am going to join the call, and I'm going to let you hear me talk to my therapist because I need some counsel tonight.
You need some counsel about me through him. Isn't that smart?
I need to talk.
One day after you told him that I sent you a picture of my asshole, in which you never told him that you asked me to send you to see my asshole. You never told him that.
I told him that you sent me a picture of your asshole. You sent me a video of your asshole.
Yeah, but you did. You were the one that wanted me to send it.
No, I had said, I said, are you going to send me a picture of your asshole? And you said, you really want me to? And I said, yeah, why not?
Yeah, you didn't send that. Instead, he thinks I'm a fucking weird freak.
But you said that you did it out of love. You said that you sent that because
You know I did. You know why? Because I love you. I don't fuck with your head. There is no other woman around me that's going on dates with. I
Good.
don't have fucking women that have the huts for me coming over to my house and spending up the time with me and seeing my ass naked.
Okay, here
You
is...
see the problem?
I don't see the problem, and I'm going to tell you
Of course
why.
not.
No, I don't see the problem. Because, first of all, you did this tonight. You
did this tonight. I didn't do this. All I needed was a fucking text from you saying I got family time tonight. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Why should I have to...
would have been in bed.
Okay, but why should I have to do that? Why can't I just enjoy time?
Why not?
Because here's the thing. Why do I have to be at my phone in case you message me wanting to know what I'm doing, where I'm going, who I'm hanging out with? Because the problem is, and I've tried this before, and it's the same result every time. You ask me what I'm doing. I tell you. You say, who am I doing it with? I tell you, and if it's people that you don't like...
You know why? Because I constantly had the doctor and neighbor in my mind because you put them there.
I didn't put them anywhere.
Yeah, you did. Every guy that's in your fucking life, you're putting there.
The doctor...
You couldn't keep the fucking doctor away. Had to fucking bring him right in. Keep him across the lawn. Make it fucking... Let's see how Lorne reacts to a threat constantly being around me.
Well, I don't know if you're going to like this.
Oh, boy. Here we go
What
again.
I found out today. No, I'm just being candid. I'm open with you. But I found out that apparently and I don't know how this I don't know how this worked out, but apparently, and they're not friends. They just know each other. They just know each other.
Yes. Doctor and the therapist.
They took a couple psychology classes together, and they know each other. Yes.
How convenient.
I just found that out because I was talking to the doctor, and I said the therapist's name, and he said, who? And I said his name again, and he said, that sounds familiar, and he went and he looked at some old things from his college, and he found out that he knows my therapist.
That is so convenient.
But they weren't like best friends or anything. They just.
No, oh yeah, hey, you know the doctor told so well. He's a good friend of mine that comes over to my house on the same night and sees me naked all the time.
No, Lorne, it is not about seeing people naked. It is about
You're my
respect.
girlfriend. There isn't anybody that should be seeing you naked.
Okay, the
except for me.
doctor saw me naked, but that's in the past. I mean, he didn't see me naked tonight, and that's in the past.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Russell, you're going to say, I can't even open the dog door because there's coyotes out there. Say. Yeah, open the door. Oh. Okay. Gotta be right back. There you go. To the friggin' store and give me a pack of cigarettes because I'm all fucking wound up. Man, oh.
Well, when my therapist calls, I'm gonna join the call, and you're gonna hear my counseling session. I needed counsel tonight because this is very disturbing.
You goddamn right it's disturbing.
I'm disturbed.
I am very disturbed.
You know, Lorne,
Huh?
no, I'm disturbed because
I'm disturbed because half the time I feel like I'm nothing to you. But all these other fucking guys around you are so fucking special.
Okay, Lorne, I have special, awesome, wonderful people in my life.
You still want to keep putting off meeting me. What do you think our problem is?
Lorne, it has to be pushed back.
It is not going to be pushed back.
It is.
It is not. I am not going back to my fucking therapist, my counselor, and my probation officer and tell them that you have to push it back again because I misbehaved. When it wasn't me that fucking started the whole thing anyway.
Lorne, you did. Lorne, tell them to pull the wool from their eyes, tell them to pull the curtains back, and see that you did.
It's not just them that are tired of it. I am too, and I would fucking think that you would be too. Don't you want to be in person with me?
Lorne, I am afraid of
calm my
you.
ass down about all these other fucking guys that are around you?
Lorne, I am afraid of
I'm
you.
thinking that you don't want to fucking meet me.
Lorne, my therapist is calling. Hold on.
Hello?
Lorne, my therapist is on the call, and I'm going to have my session with him.
That's fine. I'm right here.
Ramona?
Hi.
Hi, are you okay?
Yeah.
What's going on? What's going on? You sound upset. Lorne, you're here too?
I'm here too.
How you doing, pal?
I've had better days.
Well, have you had any worse ones? Oh, right. What's going on? You guys sound upset.
I don't know where to begin.
Well, I know Lorne, I know you were upset after we stopped talking the other night.
Well, it's more about tonight. I don't want you to agree with me necessarily if you don't agree. I mean, you're a therapist. You do a great job. I just want to hear what you think. If somebody asks somebody else not to message them after a certain time and they do that, do you think it's wrong?
If they message and they've been asked not to, I mean, it depends on the situation, of course, but like generally I'd say, yeah, if I ask you not to do something and you do it anyway, that shows a lack of respect, a lack of consideration.
for my feelings. I think that I would be within my rights to be offended by that. Is that what's going on here? Does Lorne have another girl that he's messaging or something? Is that what we're talking about here?
Well, at this point, I'm really bothered, and I mean, you gave me some good things to think about the other day.
Good. I hope you've been thinking about them. I've been thinking about our talk as well. Anyway.
Let me ask you a question.
Who, me or Ramona?
You.
Okay. All right.
If a girl has a boyfriend and another guy asks her out to dinner, and that girl says yes, do you think that's respectful or disrespectful to the boyfriend?
Well, I think it depends on the context. I think it depends on who it is that's asked her and what the purpose of the invitation is, what the nature of the relationship is. You know, there are a lot of factors to consider.
Well, what if the nature of the situation had already been taken out of what it was supposed to be?
I don't understand that question. Can you rephrase?
You're supposed to be a professional therapist.
Right, as opposed to an amateur therapist, yes?
Yeah, you were saying things to hit on my girlfriend the other night.
I was saying things to hit on your girlfriend. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What did I say to hit on your girlfriend?
Tell her how beautiful she is, and that I'm a loser, and she shouldn't be with me, and all this other shit. And that you go to the hospital to see her when she was healing.
Okay, let's take those things one at a time.
No, that's not what a professional therapist does. I have a therapist.
Right, I am a therapist, so I'll thank you not to tell me what a therapist does, since I am one and you're not.
My therapist has never ever called Ramona any names.
Well, that's good for your therapist. Ramona's not a loser.
It is not your job to call me.
I'm going to take your questions one at a time, and the first thing that you said, talking about how I called her beautiful, she's beautiful. So should I tell her she's ugly? Good.
No,
take your silence to mean you understand my point.
When you're saying it in the way that you were saying it, you're hitting on her.
I'm hitting on her because I called her beautiful?
Well, you also said that, when your divorce is final, then if she wants to hang out and be friends, and maybe down the road it can be more.
So as a divorce therapist, I'm not allowed to have friends, and if I have friends, I'm hitting on your girlfriend.
When you tell her down the road it can be more, you're trying to plant in her mind that you like to have more.
Well, you're planting words in my mouth. I didn't say anything like that. I didn't say anything like that, and you're making assumptions
you were going out
about my
of the way.
intentions, and you're making allegations about my actions that are untrue and unprovable. So throttle back there. What do you mean you heard them?
I know everything you said.
Well, I don't know what she told you, but let me tell you that my intentions here are for Ramona's best interest. And just because you and I may not agree on what that is, that doesn't mean I'm doing anything inappropriate. Frankly, I'm in a better position to judge what's best for her than you are, for a number of reasons, which I'm ready to list off if you want to hear them. I don't think you'll like them. But
first of all, you know why? Because
they don't make you. I know exactly why. Because they don't make you feel.
You want to put me down because of the crap that I've been through, when you still know nothing about it. And no, I'm not going to tell you because it's not your business. No,
I'm not putting you down. But if you want to call it that, I'm putting you down for the things you've done, not the things you've been through. I'd like to know. I'd like to know at what point during the conversation we had. I'm talking. I'd like to know at what point during the conversation we had the other night I ever said anything about what anybody else in your life did when I was talking about your problems and your issues. Everything. Excuse me, I'm still talking. Let me finish talking, please. Thank you. Everything that I addressed the other night regarding your issues concern things you've done. So why don't you explain to me how that's me putting you down for what you've been through?
That doesn't give you the right to call me a loser.
Well, I'm expressing my opinion. I have the right both to have one and to express it. Let me explain something to you that I said a number of times the other night that you don't seem to have grasped. I'm not your therapist. I have no professional
you never would be either.
Well, that's a shame for both of us.
I do have a question. Because I know we went over the list of 10 things that I had said for Lorne to do, and then I would come see him. And I mean that it keeps getting violated, and I want to know if you can give me some tips on how I can inspire Lorne to respect me and to follow these.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be honest. I'm less inclined to give you tips on how you can help Lorne do the things that any reasonable human being would be able to do in his situation. I'm more inclined to reiterate a point that I was making with you the other night, which is that the fact that he keeps violating these rules is evidence of something very disconcerting and something of which you should be keenly aware, which is that he's not an honorable person, he's not a man of his word, and he's not capable of doing the things that he says he's going to do. And this is a problem. This is a persistent problem. This is a pattern of behavior that indicates an inability for him to control his impulses.
But, I mean, how can I don't want to change anybody, but how can I make him respect me? How can I make him be respectful of me? You
can't. And the fact that it's an issue, the fact that he doesn't already should tell you what his capacity is to ever grow into the kind of person that you be. Now, apparently, in Lorne's world, people aren't supposed to eat dinner. Yeah, apparently in Lorne's world, people aren't ever supposed to interact with any other people unless it fits his narrow and strange criteria. But in the real world...
Once again, another bull.
Another what?
Another bull.
Another what? I can't understand.
Another blow to Lorne.
Another blow to Lorne. Heaven forbid we should ever say anything that offends your delicate sensibilities.
You good, Neil?
Let me challenge you to answer a relatively simple question for me, Lorne. What did I say the other day?
I'm inside the store, so I can't answer right now.
You can't talk when you're in stores?
Nope.
It's a strange handicap.
Mr. Therapist, I think he's getting some cigarettes.
Oh, that's good. Is he getting any beer to go with them? You been drinking tonight, Lorne? I guess he's not listening anymore. I wonder, do they sell cigarettes at Dunkin' Donuts? Just curious. Well, it looks like it's just the two of us.
No, he's still on.
Oh, I know he's still Lorne.
No, he's still on the call.
He's still on.
He is still Lorne. And what I don't know is what it is that I did to earn the most recent displays of disrespect that I've gotten.
Well, my first inclination is to ask you what those actions of disrespect are specifically, but honestly, it's irrelevant. It's not irrelevant, but did he call you a name? Did he say something?
He said "fuck you" to me, and he called an acquaintance of mine a piece of shit, and I don't.
That's because she is a piece of shit. And
wow.
I did hear your stupid comment about the beer and fucking Dunkin' Donuts. Stop being an asshole.
Didn't have anything to say to that.
You're an asshole.
Well, that offends me deeply. Are you getting some beer? Why don't you answer my question? Have you been drinking tonight?
Sorry, asshole. No, I haven't.
Okay. Did you have some last night?
No, I haven't had any for over 2 weeks. So there's your answer to all the days.
Now,
let's get this guy a fucking trophy.
Mr. Therapist.
Hey, that's a catch word. Holy crap. You're powerful, aren't you?
He's quick. He picked up on that.
Mr. Therapist, would you say, I think in the...
Ramona, I understand that I'm being crude here tonight. There is a method to my madness. I'm concerned about you. This is the second time that I'm talking to both of you, getting some firsthand insight into the dynamics of the relationship. And I just have to be frank with you. It's a mess. It really is. And I got to say,
about you, because any real therapist wouldn't talk the way that you do.
Mr. Therapist,
I'm a human being before I'm a therapist, Lorne. And as I've already explained to you, I'm not your therapist. I have no obligation to speak to you in any particular way. I'm just going to talk to you about people names spoken to, because my method is about tough love and being honest at all costs. So I am not interested in pussyfooting so that I don't offend you or hurt your feelings.
Would you want to take your wife when you tell her that you asked Ramona out to dinner and you hit on her?
Well, what I do in my professional capacity is not my wife's business, and considering the dissolution of our marriage,
out to dinner and hitting on
it's even less her business. But to whatever extent it's my wife's business, it's absolutely none of your business. So let's table that discussion.
When it concerns my girlfriend. You asked my girlfriend out to dinner.
My wife's mentality.
You didn't have respect enough to ask me if it was all right if you took her out to dinner in any capacity.
This is Ramona, he's doing it again. He's running all over you. You're trying to talk. You're trying to express yourself. And you're not allowed to express yourself because one's got to scream, just like a baby does.
I have a question for my therapist. Lorne, I'm going to defend you. Please don't get mad at me for telling him this, okay? Please. Please don't get mad at me for telling him this. I'm trying to defend you, and I'm trying to see if I want to know what.
Ramona, you can tell me anything.
I'm not going to get mad, baby.
Okay.
Tell me what you need to.
Let me get myself together.
Did he threaten you? You can tell me.
No.
Did he threaten someone you know?
No.
Does he have your address?
No.
As much as you might think I'm a danger, I'm not a danger. I just don't want my head being fucked with.
Nobody's fucking with your head, Lorne. We're not children. We don't play with childish toys.
That's the way life should be. Unfortunately,
people should fuck with your head? That's the way life should be? Is that what you mean?
The way life should be is that people don't fuck with people's heads.
Well, fortunately,
the friend that Ramona was talking about, the one that I called a bitch, she fucked with my head really hard.
Well, I can't speak to that situation because I don't know anything about it. But I'm not fucking with your head. So whatever issue you have with whoever you have it with is immaterial to our discussion, which is where I'd like to keep the dialogue. So,
okay, Mr. Therapist, do you remember when you said that you had that in order to not drink for a year, you had to not drink for 2 weeks?
Yes.
And Lorne is at 2.5 weeks without drinking.
Okay.
Lorne, please don't get mad at me for telling my therapist this.
I'm not going to.
Is it drugs?
Your therapist,
No. Okay. Because I think that this could really be a beneficial tool that I think that this could be something beneficial, what I'm about to tell you that he has. Lorne, please don't get mad at me for telling him.
You tell him what you need to. He's your therapist. You tell him what you need to.
Okay. Lorne's probation officer gave him a breathalyzer, and he said that it's a breathalyzer. He gets a text message anywhere from, it seems like it's like 2 to 5 times a day, telling him that he needs to do a breathalyzer. And so he does the breathalyzer, and then it goes to his probation officer to basically let them see if he's been drinking, what his breathalyzer is. Now, I told him, I said, well, you know, if you ever happen to get drunk and you ever run into Tony and he just happens to be sober, you know, Tony's his best friend, you could just have him blow into it. And he said, no. He said, this thing takes his picture as he is doing his breathalyzer. So there's, like, literally no way, almost no way. I mean, there's some loopholes that he could get around it. But
yeah.
If he has a thing, now he's only going to have this until, I think he said November. If he has if he has a therapist order, or not therapist, a probation officer ordered breathalyzer, and that helps keep him sober. Now, I know he only has it till November. Could it possibly be that he keeps that indefinitely, and that'll help him stay sober, and so he'll be sober? You know, we won't have the problems that we have when he's drunk.
The problem with that proposal is the same as, it's a thematic issue that we've covered a number of times in our sessions and our conversations here on the phone, which is that if Lorne needs an external impetus, an external motivator like that to stop drinking, then the internal issues, the root issues that cause him to drink, haven't been addressed. And there's a whole bunch of risk there. The first is that whatever tension and friction, internal friction, is caused as a result of him not dealing with the issues that cause him to drink, they'll manifest themselves in another way. It could be drugs, but it could be something far more insidious and something more overtly harmful to others, like outward violence, manifestations of violence, displays of aggression, and things like this. And
I suppose I could work out, huh?
I'm sorry?
You don't suppose that I could work out, do you? Take my aggression out?
That you could work? I don't know. Can you work out?
That's what I did when I was incarcerated.
Uh-huh.
What I did
How does
when I
that
was
work
going
out?
out.
Why don't you do that instead of yelling at Ramona and calling her names and drinking and driving? Now.
I don't know. I don't do that now.
No, you just yell at Ramona. You don't do what now? You don't.
I'm not going to lie. Before, I did have issues. It all revolved around the internet.
Yeah, but you're not on the internet anymore.
No, but I am still there. There's still a crap load of people that are obsessed with me for no reason.
What does that have to do with your Lorne? Lorne, the topic of discussion is your actions. Why are we talking about people on the internet?
I've done 2.5 years before without drinking.
Okay. Why didn't you go?
I never had a problem with it.
But clearly you do.
Before that, when I drank, I only went out one night a week, on a Friday night, and I drank that night, and I didn't drink the rest of the week.
Lorne,
so I don't seem to have as much of a problem as what you seem to think I have. I don't have a problem quitting drinking.
Then why do you keep having to do it? Over and over, you got to keep quitting because you keep starting. You got to have a contract with your girlfriend. Look, you know, if I had a girl that I claimed to love, that I claimed to care about and have some interest in, and under the promise that she was going to come visit me if I stopped drinking for 3 months, motherfucker, I'd stop drinking for 3 months. I'd stop drinking for 3 years if that's what it took to see the woman that I claimed to love. But in your case, you guys have to draw up a contract, and you keep violating it.
And Mr. Therapist, the contract was violated again tonight, and Lorne doesn't think that I should push back the 3 months. But this is what I had said to him, and I had said it many times, that when this is violated, I'm going to need to push it back because I'm going to be honest with you, I'm afraid of what Lorne could do to me. I'm a petite girl, and I'm afraid that he could do some harm to me if he happens to get drunk when he goes up there, or when I go up there.
And if I can be,
women, Lorne never has.
If I
I even told Ramona that I would even bring her mother if it would make her feel safe.
This is therapist.
First time for everything. I'm frankly skeptical as to how many times you've had the opportunity to hit a girlfriend. So I'm not sure that's a huge argument in your defense just to say you'd never hit a girlfriend. But regardless,
I don't even like hitting guys. Why would I want to hit a girl?
I don't. Well, because a guy can probably hurt you back. That's why I'd say you'd be more inclined to hit a girl. That's safer for you.
No, not hardly.
You like that one, huh?
No, I'm more inclined to hit a wall.
Ramona, I want to tell you something.
Okay, go ahead.
Something.
Yes.
What you just said is one of the most insightful things that you've said over the course of our professional relationship, and it frankly makes me hopeful because it sounds like you may be starting to see some of the things that I've been trying to help you see and that your mom and dad are so concerned about on your behalf.
And what is that?
That every time Lorne makes a mistake and violates this contract, you have to push the date back of your visit.
And he doesn't do that, and neither do his probation officer.
Of course he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. This is thematic in his life. He wants to be able to make mistakes without having to pay for them. He wants to be able to violate the contract.
I want to be able to understand why things happen the way they do.
If you let me finish what I'm saying. Thank you. He wants to be able to violate the terms of your agreement and have the arrangement continue as though he didn't. He's living in a fantasy world. And if you want to know what I think you should do, I think you should push the date back indefinitely, which is to say, you might as well just assume it's never going to happen, that he's never going to make 3 months. But more importantly, that even if he did, it would still be a grave mistake. Yeah. This coming from a guy who asked you out to dinner. What the hell right do I have to criticize a guy for verbally abusing you and driving drunk? Because after all, I wanted to eat some dinner. So
isn't it funny you keep up bringing my faults that I did in the past that I haven't been doing?
Yeah, isn't it funny that I keep bringing up your actions in the context of evaluating you?
But Mr. Therapist,
that I'm addressing and fixing.
You're addressing and fixing.
I feel very encouraged that he does have this breathalyzer tool, and I feel like that could be something that keeps him from drinking. Because think about it like a weight loss surgery. I mean, if you Ramona, just stop for a second. Okay.
Right, she was talking. You don't like it when I interrupt you when you talk, and let her finish.
She was talking. Now I'm talking. That's because
She was talking so you interrupted her.
I'm counseling her. That's my method. I'm not counseling you, and you're not counseling me. That's the difference. So allow me to do my job, please. Thank you. And have another beer or whatever it is you're doing over there. Ramona,
trying to put me down again.
Ramona, let's visualize a worst case scenario here, just for the sake of me making this point, because it's important, and I want you to grasp it with all clarity. Let's assume the worst and say that Lorne was physically violent toward you.
But he said he wouldn't be.
Well, I understand, but we're just being hypothetical now. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for saying that, at least.
Let's pretend that you and Lorne lived close to each other in the same town, and you saw each other physically, and he was physically violent, physically abusive, right? And so you made an arrangement where whenever you came to his house, he would put handcuffs on his hands, on his wrists, and shackles on his feet, and he would sit behind a plexiglass window, and that way he couldn't hurt you physically. He wouldn't be able to hit you and kick you anymore, right?
Yeah.
I'll let her hard time if she wants to.
Oh, I'm sorry. You must have thought I was done. I'm not done. Be quiet.
I didn't care if you were done or not. I had to call, and then I was
Would
going to
you feel, Ramona, like he loved you and you were safe with him because he was being physically restrained from doing violence to you? Or would you look at the situation and say, well, the only reason he's not hitting me is because he can't? It's not because he's changed inside. It isn't because he realizes that he shouldn't hit me and now he values me as a person and he wants to treat me with the respect and the care that I am due. It's just because he's locked up. He can't hit me. Now, the parallel I'm drawing, of course, is that if the only reason he doesn't drink anymore is because he has a breathalyzer that he has to report in 5 times a day or whatever it is, and he can't drink because they'll catch him, he'll go to jail, then he hasn't changed inside. He's still the same person with the same problems that he refuses to address, and you can believe that inside he's having a beer, if you understand what I mean. I want to tell you, I want to give you an illustration, okay? And it's an old joke that my grandpa used to tell me, and it said there's an Indian mother, and she had her little Indian child, and she kept telling him to sit down, and the little Indian boy kept standing up, and Mama kept saying, sit down, and the little Indian boy kept standing up. So finally the Mama got mad, and she walked over and put her hands on his shoulders and made him sit down and held him down. And the little Indian boy looked up at Mama and said, on the outside, boy's sitting down, but on the inside, still standing. And the point of that silly little joke is that if the only reason Lorne stops doing the things that he shouldn't do is because some external force is making him, then he's still the same person on the inside. On the inside, he's still hitting you. On the inside, he's still drinking. He's still calling you names. He's still driving drunk. He's still raping little girls. He's still doing all the things that he would be doing if he could get away with it.
You're an asshole. You're an asshole to say stupid shit like that.
Yeah, you covered that earlier.
Would put people down.
Hold on, but Mr. Therapist, I have a question. Okay, I have a question. Okay, so, I mean, obviously tonight there was an event that took place that triggered me to message you at an at an unusual time, but
no worries. You can call me or message me anytime. I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. But like between yesterday and today, he wrote me 3 poems. Like, why would he do that and then violate my texting curfew? Why did he do that?
For the same reason that he probably thinks a Band-Aid will fix a burn. Because he thinks he can sweet-talk you, and then it's okay that he does those things.
Yeah,
he thinks if he rhymes a couple of words, then
had nothing to do with
he can violate the agreement that you guys have, and show a complete lack of respect for you, and treat you like a second-rate person, and like his property. Because his feelings and his desires are the only things that matter. Because in the moment, if he wants to do something that he knows he shouldn't do, he figures, well, I'll just find some cheap little way of making it up to her later. Write her a poem. Or I'll say, I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. That'll make it all better.
It had nothing to do with you hitting on her and constantly wanting to talk to her?
Well, I didn't do that, but even if I did, are you saying the cause of your mistakes and your transgressions? Do you ever take responsibility for anything you do?
Lord, how?
Do you?
I want to ask
Obviously you don't.
I did a little more reading, so I'd like to know who Betty is.
Hold on. I want Lorne to explain that, but hold on. I want Lorne to explain that, but Lord, I want to read you the poem that you wrote to me today, and I want to know how you can write that poem to me today and then act like this. I'm going to read what you wrote. I hope you don't mind my therapist hearing. I'm going to read it. You wrote
Please.
to me today, when at last we finally meet. When we get to the hotel room, I'm going to kiss your feet. I will then sing a song that I wrote just for you. Then we will make love the whole night through. In the morning when we wake, a vegan breakfast will await. Yeah, because I'm vegan. Once our breakfast settles and our day begins, I'll make love to you in the shower all over again. After we're dressed and out for a ride, I'll do my best to show you the time of your life. I love you, babe. Now, how could you write me that poem and then act like this and violate my 10 o'clock thing and make me have to push it back? Because if I don't, Lorne, you're going to keep stepping on me.
Before Lorne answers that question, I would just like to repeat the first part of the question. How could you write her that poem? I think I would have been less offended if you hadn't written me a poem like that. But anyway, we're not here to evaluate literature. I'm sorry. Lorne, please answer her question.
Okay, now can I read a letter?
I'm sure you can read a letter. Maybe. I'm reasonably sure you can read a letter. But if you want to try?
Ramona, I wasn't asking you, therapist. I was asking Ramona.
We're asking Ramona what?
Can I read this letter? This 9-page letter that got sent to me in the mail that I already read to you.
No, don't read him that. I don't want.
Why?
No, because
help him understand why my head is fucked up.
Lorne, your head has been fucked up before you got that letter.
Okay, let's hold on a second. Lorne, what letter is this? Who is this letter from?
It's a letter from somebody because I had told you, Mr. Therapist, about my phone getting hacked. And somebody had gotten into it and had...
Oh, this is another one of those letters.
Yeah, and had posted stuff about me and stuff about him on the Internet.
Okay, Lorne, why don't you tell me...
And I found out that somebody had also hacked into my banking information. Lorne, I just found this out on Friday, so you don't know this. But I just found out that somebody had hacked into my bank, and I had to get a charge of $275 taken off my credit card because of this bullshit. And how did that happen, Mr. Therapist? How did that happen? How did somebody affiliated with Lorne end up getting my information to hack into my phone? Oh, I'll tell you how. Because he goes on, because of his whole thing with a girl who he had tried to have sex with while he knew me, apparently, I think, either was or had a connection to some idiot in Canada who hacked my phone, tried to hack his phone several times, and hacked into one of his friends, well, the girl Ember hacked into her YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm. Lorne, what do you know about this?
What do I know about it?
I
know what about the hacking. I know what Ramona told me.
Let me ask you, Ramona. I don't want to make you uncomfortable asking you this, but I just need to know. So give it to me straight. Has Lorne ever asked you for money?
Okay, here's what happened. I will say that I was very kind of like stand your groundish when it comes to him paying for me to come up to Maine. And I said, Lorne, I cannot, I said, I will not, because he knows I have the money to fly to Maine hundreds of times. I said, but Lorne, I will not pay to do it. I will not pay to do it. Because my thing is, like, he doesn't have to pay for dates. He doesn't have to pay for dinners. He doesn't have to, he doesn't have to buy me birthday and Valentine's Day and Christmas and Easter. He doesn't have to do any of those things. So I said, okay, Lorne, I said, see if you can save $1,000, and that'll be enough to fly me up and back, to get a hotel, and and to do different stuff in the area. Well, he got really angry. Me and my brother went to Niagara Falls in May, and he got extremely angry because, quote, how dare we go there instead of coming to Maine to see him? And I told him, I said, Lorne, I
didn't understand.
Lorne, but I
was upset, but I weren't angry. I was upset because I didn't understand.
You yelled at her for taking a vacation with her family?
Yeah, it was me and my brother, and he yelled at me, and this is what he did. He yelled at me about doing it. He said that I should have come to visit him. And I said, Lorne, you don't have the money for me to. And he said, well, you have the money. You could have lent the money to me. And I said, Lorne, you don't pay people back, and I'm not getting into that. And then I got cursed out. But then...
So you want Ramona to loan you money
no, you don't know,
so that you can wine and dine her.
Barry, listen for a second. You don't know... You don't know the whole story. I'm being pressured by my probation officer.
You know, I've heard that.
I'm being pressured. Listen,
I don't know the whole story.
I'm being pressured by my probation officer and my counselor.
Did you ask her for $1,000 to loan you $1,000 so that she could come visit you? Did that happen?
But here's the other thing, Mr. Therapist. I feel like because my whole trip was a source of contention between me and Lorne, because the night before I left, I had family over, I had friends over. It was kind of like I don't want to say a goodbye, because me and Bro were only gone for about a week, but it was like people were coming over, having dinner with us. We were just goofing off and whatnot, and I was not at my phone, and that's the thing that happens a lot of times, is that I'm not at my phone. So I wasn't at my phone. And I get all these messages. I'm trying to pack. I'm trying to get ready to leave. I had all these messages come through. Then the next day, I woke up and I had a bunch of messages and a bunch of nasty voicemails because Lorne had gotten drunk and he was angry that I was going away. And so what had happened was that day, I had said to Lorne, I said, you can call me and leave me voicemails. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to, respond back, since it's just going to be me and my brother. It's not like I'm going to be able to say, okay, guys, you talk amongst yourself. I'm going to run and, call. It was literally going to be like a one-on-one thing. So I wasn't going to be able to do that, but I was able to text him, and I said, and I'd be able to listen to his voicemails and message him. Well, that wasn't good enough for him.
That's because he wants to possess you. This is all.
Here's the thing. But here's the thing. No, guys, let me talk.
I knew you were going to tell the truth about me.
But then here's the thing.
Say something more stupid too.
Okay, Lorne, stop. But then here's the thing. Okay, guys, boys, let me talk. Now, as I was saying. So then he had messaged me all these nasty things. And then the next day, I'm trying to do my expense reports and stuff for work. And he's messaging me still. He's fussing at me, talking about how I fucked the doctor. You fucked horse stink. You fucked the doctor. And I'm like, no, I didn't. I said he was here. He was playing video games with Bro. I was talking to his sister. It was none of that. So I said, well, since you acted like this, I said, do not contact me while I'm away. I said, I will contact you when I get back. So he didn't contact me when he got away, or when I went away. Friday comes, and I get back on Friday. We left on Saturday. We got back on Friday morning. I called him Friday. I talked to him for 6 hours on Friday. And then on Monday, and then I talked to him briefly, very, very briefly on Saturday. And then on Monday, I got cursed out because I talked to him for an hour or two, and then I talked to a friend of mine who lives in Texas. I talked to her for 3 hours, and I got cursed out about that. And what can I do to make him stop? How do I make him stop this behavior?
Break up with him and block his number? If you want me to be honest.
This coming from a guy that's getting a divorce and asked my girlfriend out to dinner already when he knows that she has a boyfriend.
Well, as I've already explained to you 7 or 8 times, the dinner is platonic and the divorce is none of your damn business. What you do to my patient is absolutely my business, because my patient is my business and Ramona's my patient, and more than that, Ramona's my friend. So,
I can talk loud too, you know.
My friend, what you do to her is my business. Yeah, I know you can talk loud too.
The problem is that you're wanting more than a friend, because you've already told us, let's see what happens down the road.
They are very loud noises. Are you done?
Are you done?
No, not at all. Not even close. I've been holding back.
That's obvious. You like to talk.
You ready to go full bore?
Not all the stuff you say is very smart, though.
Yeah, what's not smart? What have I said that's not? You know what? Don't answer that. Ramona.
I don't have to answer. You already have to say that's all smart.
Well, that made sense. Ramona, one of the things that makes Lorne such a danger to you and anybody, but relevant to the discussion here to you, is that he's super possessive. He sees you as his property, and he wants to be able to control you. It's one of the reasons why he's attracted to young children, because
but
children
he
are manipulated.
he's changing.
Sure. Punch him out. He has some stupid comments.
I don't know if he's changing or not. I don't hear him doing anything different. He's always trying to say it, but whether he's changing or not is immaterial. This is a long-term psychological issue that he has. It's not something that's going to stop overnight. It's something that is probably going to require years of intensive mental health work on his part. And the root issue here, Ramona, is that you don't need to be an accessory to all of this. This is so far beneath you that I don't know how you can even see it. You've got to get away from
the guy that has already asked the girlfriend out to dinner.
And what you need to do is find friends that will ask you out to dinner, because I think that having someone who will ask you out to dinner is preferable to having someone who will call you a fucking bitch. Now, I don't know what percentage of the population would prefer to be taken to dinner or called a fucking bitch on the phone, but my guess is that most self-respecting women would prefer the former. And I'm hoping that you're in that camp, because that's what you deserve. Respect her. I don't respect her. In what way don't I respect? This should be good.
You calling her boyfriend a loser?
Yeah, well,
if ever calls any client.
Lorne, if she had cancer, I would call it cancer. If she had cancer, I would call it cancer.
I don't have cancer, I'm not a loser.
Well, I didn't say you had cancer, but I applaud your inability to follow a simple analogy.
I have so much more talent than you. I could make a lot more money than you ever could dream of. So
why don't you do it? 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 The difference is one of us is making the money. Why don't you make the money? Why am I out here making it? Why don't you make it?
You make as much money in Maine as you can down the state.
I always forget that they don't have money.
And they obviously give a license to anybody down there to do therapy.
Yeah, well, they pay you good here once you get a license.
Do you eat Lucky Charms?
Sure.
Mr. Therapist, he has.
I'm surprised you got out of the box, huh?
Mr. Therapist, he has alleged that you got your degree from.
No, I get the joke, but did you hear the way he fucked it up? He said, "Do you eat Lucky Charms?" I'm surprised you got out of the box. So I was in a Lucky Charms box.
I said that's the prize you got out of the box.
That's the prize.
You hear right. You get to hear
hey man, at least I can afford a box of Lucky Charms. Well, look, maybe your girlfriend will look for one, and you can get one too.
I don't need Lucky Charms. I'm not a kid like you.
What kind of kid are you? No, you're not a kid like me. I'm a kid. Well, I better be careful. You might try to have sex with me.
You talk like a kid.
Well, at least I don't fuck like one, then I'd be in trouble. Now, as I was saying,
next move.
Ramona, this pattern of behavior is never going to change. He's not going to get better, and you're not obligated to wait around in the off chance that someday he decides to try to.
This is coming from a guy that's wanting to take you out.
Yeah, you said that, 7. This is coming from, now remember, Ramona, this is coming from a guy who wants to eat dinner, so it may not be entirely trustworthy. I don't know how you feel about guys who like to eat dinner. Maybe I'm not reputable because I like to eat dinner. I don't, maybe Lorne is jealous because I can afford to eat dinner. I don't know.
But he said that he once told me before that he could love me more than any other guy would.
Yeah, well, he told you that he could go 3 weeks without drinking too, didn't he? He told you that, right?
Well, I don't know.
I haven't seen that yet.
So,
look, Ramona, listen. Okay, are you listening?
I am.
Ramona, I can love you more than any other man ever will. Now, do you see how easy that is? It's just words. It's just words. Anybody can say it. Anybody can say it. What the fuck are you doing if not trying to hit on her? You're trying to convince her that you can do all these things, that you can be this person, you can overcome all these issues, you can make 10 times as much money as me, but you're not doing any of it. It's just talk. It's just talk.
You know the problem. Let me tell you what the problem is I need to know that I'm not being fucked with again. I don't know what I feel like I'm being fucked with.
What do you mean being fucked with? By Ramona?
I'm not going to read the letter to you.
Oh,
you don't want me to read it? I'm not going to read it.
Okay. Well, I don't know what any of that means, but I will say this.
He's been saying he's been saying for the whole time that we've known each other that, and I don't want to say that he uses it as an excuse, but I mean, just like I'm drawn to vegan marshmallows from Trader Joe's, he's drawn to that, excuse that his past shapes the reality of how he's being abusive. And
well, he's right in a way. His past is an indicator. I mean, past behavior is an indicator of future behavior. What he's tended to do in the past is most likely what he'll continue to do in the present and onward. That's one of the reasons why I'm so concerned about you, because if he's shown a pattern of abusive behavior, a pattern of alcohol abuse, a pattern of pedophilia, we haven't even I had to tell the truth again. I'm sorry. I know that bothers you. I know that bothers you.
It does bother me. It bothers me.
When I tell the truth, sure. Hey, man, if people told the truth on me, that would bother the hell out of me too. I guess.
It's not a matter of I'm telling the truth. It's a matter of I have to deal with it every day in my own head, and it bothers me.
That's because it's part of who you are. Yeah, you have to deal with who you are.
It's not part of who I am. It's part of what
it is. Yeah, well, what you did is an outworking of who you are. What we do is an outworking of who we are. Our actions are reflections of our inner selves. So if it's what you do, that means it's who you are. It's an extension of who you are. It's a practical outworking of who you are.
The problem
manifestation.
That's not who I am.
But you did it. What do you mean?
When my head was not fucked up before, I was
Lorne,
calm. I didn't get mad at anything.
See, this is why you get so mad at me because I talk about this. But this is the problem, Lorne. You keep wanting to deflect responsibility for your actions, or you want to say like the cause of your actions exists outside you. It's something else, right? Like, oh, it's not that I wanted to go rape a child. It's that I was fucked up in the head because people did me wrong. And that just doesn't fly. That excuse doesn't work. For a number of reasons.
The problem is
I'm not the only one who needs to prove things.
But, I mean...
In this context, you absolutely need to prove yourself. You're trying to convince this girl to make you the most significant part of her life. You damn right you need to prove your claims. And thus far you failed.
I do.
What's disturbing to me is this, and let me say this. What's disturbing to me is, I understand that he had done some work, or he had lent one of his siblings some money, and they were supposed to pay him back with macaroni and cheese. and he didn't get it, and it really fucked him up. And
yeah, you mentioned that the other night to me, and that was after Lorne had hung up, so it was just you and I on the phone. But you and me. But Lorne.
Let me tell you that story so you fully understand it.
Okay.
Please.
I spent $700 on my sister, on my sister's house.
Yeah.
Insulation and sheetrock up.
Did you say 1,000?
700.
700. Okay, $700. Okay.
I spent $700 on insulation and sheetrock and brought my crew up there and put that all up in her living room for her.
Okay.
I told her it's a Christmas present. In return, if you want to give me a Christmas present, make me some macaroni and cheese.
Okay.
For my brother. I went up to his house and put skirting around his trailer and then insulated his trailer and brought my crew up there to do it. Spent $700 up there. So that's a Christmas present. If you want to give me a Christmas present back, have your wife make me some deviled eggs.
Okay.
My other brother, I gave $425 to him for heating oil. So that's a Christmas present. It's all the same Christmas. So that's a Christmas present. If you want to give me a Christmas present back, then make me some meatballs that you and your wife makes. I never saw the meatballs, I never saw the deviled eggs, and I never saw the macaroni and cheese. So the following year, my sister needed $500 to get her Christmas present. So I gave her $500 and told her, give me the macaroni and cheese again, just don't make it take another year. Well, to this day, I still haven't seen the macaroni and cheese. This is like 3 years worth of that shit. That type of shit.
So you're saying that none of them ever came through for you?
Never. Literally never.
Oh.
And it wasn't just them. It was also my best friend, too. But my best friend is the only one that apologized to me out of all of them.
Listen,
and there was like 10 different people that I did all this for.
I got to be honest. I didn't know any of that stuff. I think...
That's why I sold my house. I had $60,000 in my house, and I sold it for $8,000 and moved to Nashville, and that's when that happened. My head was all fucked up.
No, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I think if I'd have been in that situation, I probably would have gone and tried to rape a little girl or something.
Oh, God. Sarcasm noted.
I hope you get my point, Lorne. I'm sorry you didn't get your meatballs.
Listen, I did not want to go to that house, okay? I said the things I said, and I did what I did. But I still did not want to go to that house. To this day, I don't understand.
Then why did you go? Hold on. Okay,
know.
let's focus on that. Let's take a minute. You didn't want to go to the house. You didn't want to go to the house. How far was that drive?
The drive was an hour away.
Hour away. You stopped and got gas on the way?
No, I already had gas.
You already had gas. You drove an hour to go to a place you didn't want to go. Why did you do that?
I don't understand to this day.
You don't understand this. I'm supposed to believe that you drove an hour.
Yeah, you can believe whatever you want.
Thank you for the permission.
I know what I did. I know what I did wrong. I know what I did was wrong.
Yeah, that's fine, Lorne. But when you say you didn't want to go to the house, I mean, do you not understand that the reasonable question there is to ask why you went to the house if you didn't want to go?
I still ask myself that question to this day.
Well, as a professional mental health healer, perhaps I can offer some insight when I suggest that you might entertain the notion at some point in your struggle to understand yourself that perhaps you did want to go to that, even though you don't want to admit to yourself that you did want to go to that. Because all of the available evidence seems to indicate that you did, in fact, want to go to that house. So maybe it's you who doesn't understand how to interpret the data that's available. You seem to want to look at all the available evidence to the contrary and maintain that in spite of it all, you know that you didn't want to go to that house. Now, I want to point something out because, as you know, I've spent some time studying your case, And one of the claims that you've made frequently is that you didn't bring the condoms because you intended to have sex with the girl.
Okay,
but,
that's not therapy on me. You're not my therapist, remember?
Here, I don't blame you for wanting to stop talking about this.
I've said about this before.
I talk about this stuff with my therapist anyway, so.
I mean, it's like buying soap and you don't plan to take a shower. I mean, it's like, you buy condoms for a reason.
Hey, Ramona, we're not talking about this anymore. He doesn't have to talk about this. It's getting a little too hot in the kitchen.
I don't.
You don't have to talk about this.
How do I know this isn't going to wind up on the internet?
I don't know. What does that have? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you on that. I understand you're being concerned about that, but I can't help you there. I don't have any,
I don't think you understand how concerned I am about this stuff.
That's fine, but Lorne.
You ain't kidding, because I'm really sick of that shit too. And Lorne, I know partially I blame you for the infidelity thing, but that's another story. That how that keeps happening.
You ain't shit neither, but Lorne. You have to understand that from my perspective, all of this is essential, and I can't just let this stuff go because I'm trying to counsel my client here in how she should operate in this situation to her best interest. I'm not concerned with you. I'm not trying to offend you when I say that. I'm just being honest with you. Okay? I don't care about hurting your feelings. I don't have any obligations to you professionally in terms of what I can and can't say to you. That's why I'm being a lot more forthright with you than you're probably used to hearing. Aggressive. You can call it aggression if you like. Sometimes aggression is necessary. Not when you're talking to your girlfriend and you're pissed off at her, by the way. For future reference, you might put that in your back pocket so that you don't make that mistake the next time. But there are times
something
when
for you to put in your back pocket is I'm also dealing with my probation officer, my counseling class that I have to go to, and my therapist.
Lorne, but I want you to hear something, okay? You present your therapist with this, okay? I'm someone who, as you know, I don't drink. I don't drink beer. I don't drink wine. I don't drink anything like that, or smoke or anything like that. And I ask you not to do something that she is trying to get you not to do. And I asked you to do it for 3 months so that I feel comfortable enough to come visit you. And and my thing is that if for 3 months you can't not message me after 10, you can't not drink, you can't not call me names and basically do all these injustices to me, how am I supposed to feel comfortable to visit you? And that's what I'm saying to my therapist, which is, I have no problem visiting you. That's something that would be interesting, but it's like I can't get 3 months of good behavior. I'm trying to get to 3 months.
You haven't even gotten to 3 weeks yet.
I mean, and I can't argue with that.
How am I supposed to feel comfortable knowing that you keep pushing it back?
Lorne, but listen, I told you.
No, wait. Let me jump in here for a second because he just said something very telling. Ramona, he said something very telling, and you need to pay attention to what he said. Don't let that slip because what he said was, how am I supposed to feel comfortable when you keep pushing that date back? How am I supposed to feel comfortable? Ramona, do you see what's important here? Lorne needs to feel comfortable. Don't push the date back because then Lorne doesn't feel comfortable. How am I supposed to feel comfortable? Isn't my comfort your primary concern? And if it's not, why not? That's what he's really saying here.
I get to see what my therapist is saying.
Forget your comfort. Whether or not you're...
My therapist is a female.
If you're comfortable with the premise of going...
Your therapist could be a dingleberry for all I care, Lorne. The fact of the matter is that I've asked you not to do these things, and you keep violating them, and my therapist is right. We can't even get to 3 weeks without...
Ramona, I told you about Vanessa Ann Lee Parker from New York. She was supposed to come up 7 different times and never did.
Okay, Lorne, you haven't even given yourself one chance. I asked you, do not commit any injustice over the next 3 months, and I gave you a list. I gave you.
My therapist keeps saying, why wouldn't you want to go up there, come up and meet you, so that way you both know you both are for real.
Okay, Lorne, I have to ask you this, okay? And I'm very serious. If your therapist, think about this, okay? Because I'm not trying to cut you. I'm not trying to tear you apart. I'm trying to gauge. I'm trying to give you a parallel. If your therapist had a daughter, had a sister, had a cousin, had a niece, had an aunt, a best friend who was dating a registered sex offender who lived hundreds of miles away, and she knew that that guy had gotten drunk on several occasions and verbally abused her. And Lord, I don't even go as far as to say this, okay? The abuse that you have been as humanly possibly abusive as you can be given the circumstances. The circumstances allow for texting abuse. You've done that. The circumstances allow for phone abuse, like calling me repeatedly. You've done that. The circumstances allow for verbal abuse. You've done that. You've done every type of abuse that you could possibly do. And you tell me that I should just be moist and ready to come up and visit you in light of all that.
Yeah,
you can ask my therapist on Tuesday, because I'm going to tell you while I'm in there with her.
It's not like her requirements are grievous, Lorne. It would be easy for you to stand firm on these things, but you've been as firm as a plate of chorizo. And surely, objectively, you can distance yourself from the situation enough to recognize why that would cause anybody to have second thoughts, deep misgivings about the long-term viability of this arrangement.
Okay, so
and I do think your therapist is a goober, and you know why, but that's besides the point.
So it always has to be put in my head that all these guys at my girlfriend's meetings could be models and the underwear models.
What? The hell are you talking about?
I think, Mr. Therapist, I think I told him, or I can't remember if you were on the phone, if I told you, or if I said that you look like you could be an underwear model, and you do. I mean, you do.
Oh, well.
Nice job, Ramona.
That's okay. That's very flattering. I appreciate that, but you're making me feel like a goober over here.
Good job flattering the married guy that asked you out to dinner.
You're making me feel like a goober. Listen, none of that is Lorne, I need you to understand what my motivation was in extending an invitation of friendship to Ramona. Okay? Because I believe, and I know that you don't want to hear this, but I believe that she needs to terminate her relationship with you. I think you're a dangerous individual. I think you're bad for her. Now, I understand.
I think you're full of shit because you don't know me.
Now, well, could he change?
It's not probable.
But, okay, hold on, wait. So,
fucking real.
Wait.
Well,
but here's, like, I mean, I just feel like his therapist, she gave, or not therapist, his probation officer, she gave him the breathalyzer. He has a breathalyzer, so now we know he's not going to be drinking. And once he gets into the habit of not drinking, won't he stop?
I can't tell you what the future is. I can't say that he isn't. What I can say is that the thing that makes me anxious about that the premise you're suggesting is that the chances that any change that Lorne makes would be anything more than superficial surface change, outward change. You know, you and I have done so much talking about the difference between change in external behavior and a real root change, a change in the internal disposition, and that's what I'm concerned with. Okay, the only way that Lorne would ever be a viable candidate for a relationship with an average woman, much less someone like you, is if there were radical shifts in his internal position. And that's something that's only going to come from months, if not years, of hard, diligent, studious work on his part and the part of multiple mental health professionals. But none of that can even begin to take place until Lorne begins to take responsibility for who and what he has chosen to be. And that's what he's failed to do, as far as I can see, his entire adult life. Certainly, in the span of time you've known him.
It's amazing.
And we're witnessing it here tonight. He can't even let me finish the sentence. He can't even let me finish the thought. He's got to chime in.
Because you don't know me. Don't pretend
Lorne,
like you know me, because you don't.
Lorne, why don't you tell us about Betty? Ramona, do you know who Betty is?
Ramona already knows about Betty. I don't need to tell you about Betty. I know all about Betty.
So
there.
you know that, yeah, I know
I
you were
know
there.
exactly what happened. You don't.
You were there.
You don't need to know.
Betty was there. You were there, Betty was there, and Betty's $30,000 were there. And then Betty was there, and you and the $30,000 were gone.
Mr.
You don't need to know.
The thing that, and I'll say this because ever since I came to know him, and I did a little bit of research into things that he had went through, I found that he owes a substantial amount of money to an elderly lady, and Lorne, I have to say, one thing that upset me that he said, was, I've always been an advocate for him to pay her, and when he had a job and when he was working, I would try to get him to send money here and there to her, as his finances would enable. And I had said to him one day, you've got to pay her. And he said, well, she can wait. I have bills. And I said, well, she's probably in, she's probably in poor, because he was saying, well, she won't shut her mouth. She's going online all day, talking about me and saying mean things about me. And I said, well, Lorne, I said, she's probably stressed out because you owe her a lot of money. And I said that she's probably, she's probably, like, feeling hardships, financial hardships, because you owe her so much money. And he said, quote, well, that bitch can get a job. There's nothing wrong with her. And I thought that was wrong to say that about an elderly lady.
Oh, listen, that's absolutely...
Mr. Therapist?
Like Xanadu.
Oh, you cut out. Say that again?
I said, I don't remember what I said. Oh, we were talking about the money. Yeah, I mean, that's nuts, accurately speaking. And frankly, the notion that Lorne would ever pay that money back, if you believe that, you're living in Xanadu or Elysium or some other fantastic fantasy paradise. But it's his attitude about Betty that concerns me more. Because here's what happened, okay? As I understand it, and admittedly I don't have the whole story, but since Lorne won't give it to me, I have to go with what I can find through my own research. Lorne made contact with Betty, and he had an arrangement to pay her for a while, and he was giving her a little bit for a while. But this outburst that you describe, okay, basically Lorne caved into the public pressure of this online community, this church or palace or whatever it is that you guys told me about, that seems to have this interest in Lorne. And as I understand it, they pressured him, and so he made a few token gestures of small amounts of money that he sent to Betty. And as I understand it, he had some kind of a scheme cooked up where he was going to sell his underwear on eBay and give her his underwear to sell on eBay or something really bizarre. I mean, I don't know how much of this stuff you know about, Ramona, but it's very, very strange.
He was going to sell his underwear?
Really? Because I'd like to know about this.
Yeah, I'd like to know. Actually, I don't want to know about your underwear. But the point that I'm making is that he eventually got to a point where it was bothering him too much, and it was too much of an inconvenience and too much of a frustration for him. So he just said, man, fuck that old lady. To hell with her. Who cares if I owe her $30,000? I'm tired of messing with it. And that's the kind of attitude you can expect from Lorne when he's pressed to do something he doesn't want to do.
Really? All right, now you want the real story?
Sure.
People wearing my shorts and my shirt and my sneakers from the ones I wore on the show.
Did
Okay.
you know?
Okay, my gym shorts, not underwear, gym shorts.
And the show.
I sent them to Emma.
Why did you send your gym shorts to Emma?
Because Emma was supposed to sell them to Betty. In my hat, my Boston Red Sox hat.
Uh-huh.
They never got
And you
sold.
thought, thought that,
Emma never sold them. Emma kept them.
so you thought that your gym shorts was an adequate repayment of $30,000 that you stole from a retired couple?
No.
Mr.
Nice of you to put words in my mouth, though, Mr. Underwear Mouth.
I just repeated what you said. What, is your head full of pepper steak or something? All I did was repeat what you just said to me.
Well, I hope it's vegan pepper steak. But here's the thing, though.
Pepper steak, at least not full of shit like yours is.
Well, I'd rather be full of pepper steak than shit. Pepper steak is delicious. My wife used to cook it for me all the time, but she cooks it a little bit different way.
It's vegan, but it'd be really good.
There's no such thing as good vegan food. Sorry.
Hey, therapist.
I apologize.
Yeah, well, we're going to have some good vegan food on Wednesday, I'll tell you that.
Hey, I said I would try the place. I didn't say I'd like it. I just said I would try it.
You will like it. Oh, you will like it.
Listen, I need to know that you guys are okay, that you're, Ramona, I need to know that you're not in a desperate place.
I had a question, or something I was going to say, but I had forgotten.
Okay.
Okay, so the girl Emma he was talking about, and like he calls her Emma and Ember interchangeably. So she's an acquaintance of mine, and she was his best friend, and they're like, their relationship is weird because they're like best friends like one day, then the next day they hate each other. I mean, it's the strangest thing. And so he, I guess, I don't know anything about the whole clothing thing because he had said that, like, she had stolen some clothes of his, and, you know, I have no clue what happened there. I do know that she is, you know what, this would actually be a good question to ask you. I do know that she is obsessed with him. She's, bisexual, and she has a girlfriend. She has a longtime girlfriend, and she wants to buy Lorne's sperm to make a baby. And yes, and Lorne.
I'm here.
Why did you send me that nasty text message?
No, you sent her a nasty text message about me? Did you? That's fine.
Share it with you already? Did you share it with you already?
No, but it doesn't surprise. I mean, I'm not stupid, Lorne. I'm sure that you have choice words about me.
Wait till what I said.
Let me tell you guys a story, okay?
How much more?
They asked me to an underwear model fucking date.
Lorne, I was saying. Look,
I'm not an underwear
model. Yeah, he's a therapist. He's not an underwear model.
Listen.
And we don't even have confirmation that he has a horse dick. Okay, we don't even have confirmation that he has a horse dick. His dick might be the size of those vegan porkless bites that I had you make. Now,
Guys. Listen, I want you both to listen to me, okay? Because, look, do you know what people who go to school to be heart surgeons have to do? Do you know how much focus it takes to be a heart surgeon? Okay, listen.
Okay,
they sit in class. They listen. They sit in class all day, right? They learn heart surgery. They learn all kinds of medical procedures. They have to be focused, and we need to focus here. If we're going to work anything out, we've got to focus. Okay? You guys understand?
I don't mind.
I want to focus. I'm just tired of being bashed constantly.
Well, I understand, but
I don't think you do.
No, I do understand. Listen, Lorne, this is going to surprise you, but believe it or not, I have clients who are messed up worse than you are.
Do you? Do you?
I do. And I got to be honest, usually they don't get better. And I don't have a lot of hope for Lorne. Okay, I don't say that to offend you
because you don't know me.
I know
everything you
what
read
I
off
need
the
to know.
internet. You think you know me off everything you read off the internet. You don't know me.
Is the stuff off the internet untrue?
Depends on what you're talking about.
Did you try to rape a little girl?
No, you did. Of course, that's the first thing you point out.
Well, that's a big deal, Lorne. Okay? This is what...
It's not me.
Lorne, listen. Ramona's a vegan.
Yes,
okay?
Very
All she does is eat fruits and vegetables. She
and
eats
nuts, seeds, grains, beans, pork with rice.
Spinach, kale, banana, all kinds of fruits and vegetables, right? Because
I just had a bunch of cookie dough, but that's another story. Go ahead.
Okay. But the point is that generally she eats healthy because she understands that it's purifying. It cleans out the poisons and the toxins. And in order to get healed, to get better, to get healthy, we've got to be able to clean out the internal metaphysical toxins. And the only way we can do that is by owning the truth of our situations. And
people don't want to hear the truth. They want to hear what they want to hear.
I want
They want to hear me say that I wanted to go there.
You did want to go there, Lorne.
And I did not want to go there, and I knew
you did want to go there. When was the last
time? You
want
to hear me say, you're a therapist, and you still want to hear me say that I wanted to go there. And I know
Lorne,
that I did not want to go there.
You already told us that you want to go there through your actions, which speak louder than words.
And that's the problem.
Just like the abusive boyfriend who says, I love you with his mouth, but says, I hate you with his fists. Which one do you think the woman here is louder?
I've never hit a woman. I've never hit a woman, and I've only hit one guy in my life.
Well,
it's kind of like me and my cookie dough thing that I've picked up lately. There's some very delicious vegan ones, one by a company called Hampton Creek, one by a bakery called Sticky Fingers. I just had the Sticky Fingers vegan cookie dough. It's amazing. And in my mouth, it feels like it loves me. But when I eat a gigantic spoonful of it and I want to pass out because it's a bunch of sugar and junk food, I feel like it hates me. And that's kind of how Lorne is. He says with poems that he loves me. He says that with his mouth. But then later on that same day, I get flooded with abusive text messages, voicemails, constant calls. At what point, and that's my question, Lorne, at what point do you not say, let me back off and leave Ramona alone for the night so that she can have some peace, be with her friends and family? I'm having surgery. This is my first time having surgery. I'm having surgery in 3 days, 4 days. It's on Thursday. Right. And I can't.
But you see, Ramona, that doesn't matter to Lorne, because to Lorne, you're not a person, you're property.
The guy that wants to fucking take my girlfriend out to dinner.
I had a patient who came to me about 2 years ago.
My own girlfriend fucking bashing me, too.
Because she couldn't get along with
me.
Why is constructive criticism always bashing you? Why is it that nobody can give you...
Because it's constant.
Guys,
it's constant.
I had a patient about 2 years ago who came to me because she couldn't get along with her little son. Her son was 7 years old, 8 years old, and he didn't do what she said. all he ever did was talk back to her and disrespect her. That was her story. And I said, bring your son in. I want to see the two of you together. And when she brought him in, I've never seen anything like it. She treated him like a dog. I stood there and I watched her treat her son like a dog. I watched her pet her son like he was a dog.
And wouldn't you be amazed if you saw me and Ramona together and you saw me in person with Ramona?
I'd be bruised because the way that you acted tonight leads me to think that, Lorne.
What about the way that you act?
See, but here we go again. We talked about this a long time ago, Lorne, when I said, well, you did such and such. Well, you did it too. Well, you did something similar.
100% is on me, right? That's what everybody thinks, is they don't do anything wrong.
Lorne,
it's
what would I be doing right now?
50-50. 50%, it takes two to tango, not one.
Lorne, all you did, what would I be doing right now had you not have repeatedly messaged me and called me? I would just be passed out asleep after watching freaking ASMR videos on YouTube. And I'd be asleep.
After the last message I sent you, after I called, after our last message I sent you, I went and lay down in bed and was going to stay the other night. Then Emma called me with what you texted her.
Yeah, because I was frustrated.
Then I went and laid back in bed. Then you called me.
I was frustrated.
So you texted to a girl that is obsessed with me that I don't want anything to do with?
Who else was I supposed to contact? Lorne, who else was I supposed to call? No, Lorne, I didn't want to talk to you. I was stressed out with what you were doing and the way that you were acting. I can't talk to my parents. I can't talk to my... What?
Didn't I want stressed out?
Lorne, you were stressing yourself out. We're supposed to be on a break. It's your therapist. That's the other thing that I don't know if you know, is that he and I are supposed to be on a 3-week break. And I broke the break on the other day when the crisis came up. I broke the break, but, I mean, we're supposed to be on a break, so he should be happy that he's getting anything from me because I called a break, and it's been barely a week because I couldn't get any time to myself without a constant barrage of text messages talking about how I don't call him, how I don't text him, how I don't do this, don't do that. And I just needed some time to myself.
Lorne, the thing that concerns me the most about this is that I feel like even if I try to suggest something that you could do, you're just going to pan it. Okay? You're going to pan easy suggestions on how you can get better because you're lazy and you're selfish.
It depends on what your approach is. If you're going to approach me like an asshole, I'm going to be an asshole back.
I'm not concerned.
I'm not any different than any other guy.
Yeah, I'm not concerned with whether you're rude to me or not, or whether you call me names or not. None of that bothers me. Okay? To be perfectly honest with you, I don't have to be telling you anything. I'm not your therapist, as you know. Okay? Everything that I do is for Ramona's benefit. Because the thing that I see, the dynamic I see at work in this relationship is that you've got some kind of a mysterious, mystical hold over her where she can't seem to disabuse herself of the abuser. And that's
she knows I'm not an abuser. She knows
I don't know that.
Ramona, I think I know why it is. I think the reason that you have this issue is because you don't understand your worth as a woman and a person. You're incredible.
The doctor said that. Dr. Horstink said that, too. He said, Lorne, and I'm just being honest, I'm just telling my therapist what the doctor said. I hope you're not offended. But he said that, he gave me this whole thing about you can do so much better. He said, if you end up with, he said you could do better single. He said, but if you end up with, and the neighbor, I'm not going to say his name, but if you end up with him, you would be so much better off. Even if you don't end up with me, these were his exact words. He said, even if you don't want to be with me, well, he started out by saying, I love you. I love you even if you don't want to be with me. I love you so much that I want to see you happy with someone who can give you everything that you deserve. And, quote, it's not someone who is hundreds of miles away who drinks and abuses you and just happens to have his picture on the sex offender registry, is what he said.
Look, guys, I'm going to be Candy Cane in a school Christmas play for my kids later this year.
Oh, God, I got what you just did.
Sorry.
And you don't have to shut up. But anyway, go ahead.
I mean, I know how hard this has to be to hear as her boyfriend, but that to me, that's real love. I'm not here to evaluate the nature or extent of the love, but for someone to say, I want to be with you, but more than that, I want you to be happy and okay. And that's a level of emotional profundity that I've yet to see from you, Lorne, if I'm being forthright. And
I mean, I'm crestfallen at the fact that, you know, I have so many people who are caring about me and who do love me and who are really worried for me.
right.
Those people get to see you in person, get to spend time with you. It's something I want to do, but I'm not being allowed to do it. All I'm getting is 3 pictures. And I've given everything that I possibly can to show you that this is me. This is not somebody else.
Well, Lorne, what do you think it says to you that she's saved so much time off the relationships right around her to spend so much time with you instead?
Not the first one that spent a lot of time with me.
What does that have to do with my question?
Others have spent a lot of time with me too, and they wound up not being who they say they are.
Okay. And that's your concern?
First, it's concern of my probation officers, of my counselor, and of my therapist.
Okay.
So,
Of
course, it's a concern of mine. It's happened to me before. Multiple times. You know this is part of my problem. It's the biggest part of my problem.
Well, do you think that it's possible that the reason you're so possessive and so abusive is because you want desperately to completely control the person's life?
I feel that way.
I didn't hear you.
I said, do you think that it's possible that the reason you're so abusive and so possessive and so controlling and so mean sometimes is because you want to be able to put this person in a box and seal them off from the rest of the world?
No.
Like
No,
she
not
was
even
a stack,
close.
as if she was a stack of high-value poker chips from Atlantic City or something?
Not even close.
Okay. So then
Yeah,
why
and
are
I
you so...
mean, it's certainly not from Vegas, because as they say, or as one of my favorite comedians says, Atlantic City is just Vegas with AIDS. But that's besides the point.
We're not here to speculate about
real, not just a voice that I fall in love with that I'm never going to see.
But Lorne, here's the thing, though. Okay, this is you because when you want to talk about that and talk about playing with someone and stuff like that. I have said to you numerous times, you said you love me. I've told you to stop saying that. I have told you in many different ways on many different occasions that I don't love you, and I never have. And not even in a little bit. I have told you do not obsess over me. Have your own life. Find things outside of me and find your own happiness outside. I mean, I've told you this. So it's not like you can sit there and say, well, I wanted you to be obsessed with me. I don't. I have told you to find other things. I have told you that, and I have even said to you before, is it fair that you want me to wait all this time while you get things together? And I mean, I understand that at 47 years old, it's difficult. It's going to be difficult to get yourself, you're starting behind the start line, and it's going to be difficult to catch up. I have said that before, and do you want me to wait, and do you expect me to wait, and what do I get out of waiting?
There you go, Mr. Underwear Model. She doesn't love me, so you get your opening.
That's where he takes it.
The way that he responded is a perfect illustration of what I've been talking about.
Oh, of course.
It's like you're,
He might as well be talking to a sanitary napkin.
Hey, I didn't like being put down by my girlfriend and the pretend therapist. You two enjoy your time together on the phone. I know you will.
What, are you hanging up? Did he hang up?
Hold on. No, Lorne, stop this. Lorne, I see you're still here. Are you going to just mute yourself and not say anything?
Well, Ramona, this is exactly the kind of behavior I'm talking about. And the thing that really concerns me about it is that you're young, and I know you must feel like you have all the time in the world.
Hold on, Mr. Therapist. Let me call him back. We've had an incident. What's going on?
Yeah. I'm tired of being fucking bashed by you and him.
Okay, He's
personally agreeing with everything he says about me, and he doesn't know me.
Okay. I'm going to start defending you. I'm going to go back to defending you because.
Why? Just fucking smart ass right now.
No. Let me join the call.
Into fucking putting me down again.
No. Calm down. Let me join the call. I'm going to defend you.
Goddamn underwear model.
I'm going to defend you because I want to know. I'm going to defend you. Okay. He is my therapist, and I have to talk to him, but I'm going to defend you. Let me merge the call.
He's your therapist, but your therapist is constantly putting me fucking down.
Lorne, calm down. I'm merging the call, okay?
He's doing it for his own fucking reasons. He's not doing it for your parents. He's already asked you on a fucking date.
Hold on, I'm merging the call.
Down to you so they can look good.
Hello?
Mr. Therapist?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. All right, go ahead with what you were saying.
Is it just the two of us, or is
No. Lorne is on.
Okay. Well, I think the point I was trying to make before all that happened is that, it's the same point I've been trying to make with you, Ramona, which is that I know you feel like you're young and you have all this time and you feel like you're chasing the future down and you're just clobbering time right in the face, but you don't have all the time in the world. We're always running out of time every day.
So, Mr. Therapist, and actually, Lorne, you haven't said anything to me about this in a while, but I want to say this, or I want to ask you this. So, about what was it? And Lorne, you'd be able to tell me better, but maybe about 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago, Lorne got really, really, really into winning or into playing the lottery, and he was winning sometimes. And he won like $50, and then he won like $2. And my question is, and he was getting scratch-offs, and he was buying the what is it, the Powerball and the Mega Ball. My question is, and this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if he were to win the lottery, everything, like all the problems would go away. Every problem, and I'm not saying that, that I would be with Lorne for his money if he wins the lottery, but I'm just saying every one of these problems would go away if he wins
Ramona. Oh, Ramona.
But it would, because think about it. He would have money. He wouldn't have to look for a job. He'd be able to buy a house. He'd be able to buy...
He'd be able to buy a house with the biggest refrigerator in town, and he would fill it with the most expensive beer. And then he would buy an even bigger truck that would kill more people when he inevitably crashes into somebody one night after he's been drinking and driving.
Isn't that smart how you just come up with the most negative things that you can possibly do? No.
Well, I have to think of the worst case scenarios because this is my patient, and her safety, both mental and physical, is my singular
in the worst case scenario.
priority.
Isn't it just a coincidence that you also asked her out to dinner?
But hold on.
No, wait. We'll get into the dinner thing in just a second. But Ramona, you've already won the lottery, girl. You won the genetic lottery. You're drop dead gorgeous. You won the brains lottery. You're smart as hell. You won the family lottery. You've got a beautiful family. You've got a mom and dad who think the world of you, love you, would go to the ends of the earth for you. You won the lottery of life.
I mean...
And I feel like you're taking the winning ticket you won the lottery of life with, and you're using it to wipe your nose.
You're taking the winning ticket and you're spending it on a loser. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Damn right.
He's trying to call you a loser. You know why? Because he's asked you to dinner already, and he already wants to take you out.
Now, let's get to the dinner thing. Because you're obsessed with the dinner thing.
Let me ask
I will explain it to you again.
Real quick.
You got personal with her, and that's not something that's
I wish I could break the explanation down into simpler terms, but I can't use hand puppets on a phone call. So I'm going to talk slow, and I want you to listen hard, and maybe you'll get it this time, and you'll stop freaking out about it. Okay? Ramona needs to be done with you. She needs to move on with her life. She deserves something better than you. But for some bizarre reason that I can't figure out, she has an emotional attachment to you. Because of that.
She believes in me.
Now, I know you may have thought I was finished talking.
That's not something that you have shown since you started talking.
Keep your mouth shut and let me finish talking.
I ain't keeping my mouth shut.
And then I'll do the same for you. Now, in order for her to make the transition from being your abused girlfriend to being free again and finally open and ready to find a healthy relationship at some point in her life, she needs as many people as possible to help her into that transition, to help her ease into that transition. Okay, my offer for her was friendship. Okay, I don't have any ulterior motives. I'm not trying to make a move on her.
I heard what you said before.
What do you mean you heard what I said before?
And later on down the road, see what happens. I heard all that.
Okay. Well, what is it? I mean, that's, you know what that is, Lorne? That's called not being able to prognosticate the future and recognizing that reality. I don't know what the future holds.
What that's doing is
you know what's interesting?
I want to take you out. I'm interested in you, even though I'm married. I'm still interested in you. I'd like to cheat on my wife.
5 minutes ago, I made a joke about how if you won the lottery, you would buy all the beer. And the first thing you said to me was, "Oh, why do you go right to the worst case scenario?" So then when I extend the hand, so then when I extend a hand of friendship to Ramona, the first thing you do is go to the worst case scenario in your imagination. Isn't that interesting? That you're entitled to do it. But if anybody else does it, they're a bastard, and you can call them an asshole, and you can, if I was your girlfriend, I guess you'd call me a fucking bitch. Huh?
My mind goes to what you said the other night.
What did I say the other night that your mind goes to?
We'll see what happens down the road, even though I'm married. My wife won't mind probably because it's interesting in someone else.
When did I say that? You put, unlike you, Lorne, Unlike
I
you,
know
Lorne,
what
the words that you're saying I said aren't anywhere on the internet for anybody to read. Unlike what you wrote to that 13-year-old girl.
Came out of your mouth.
But no one has answered my question. Lorne. Lorne?
I'm here.
Okay, answer my question. These problems that we're having, if you win the lottery, are they going to go away?
No.
Ramona, I can answer that
Meeting
question.
you,
No.
our problems will go away.
No, they won't go away. It'll be
you already want to take it out to dinner. And you
not only won't they go away, but they're likely to get exponentially worse, Ramona. That's what all the available evidence.
Tuesday when you talk to Allie, Ramona, Tuesday when you talk to my therapist, you can ask her that question.
Yeah, Tuesday, Ramona, when you talk to the person who's professionally paid to make Lorne feel good about himself, you can trust what she has to say, I'm sure.
She actually helps me work through problems.
No, that's what she does is stroke your ego.
She doesn't ask me out on a date, and she's married.
Well,
she has a little bit too.
That's probably just because
Which
she
is
has
something
good
you haven't
eyesight
shown.
and good sense of smell. I don't know.
But you just said you had
She
nice
also thinks it's personal either.
What as I've already explained to you, I did not ask Ramona out on a date, and I'm not going to keep going over this with you.
Well, you
Okay,
did.
this is a gesture of friendship and of compassion for her, quite frankly, because I think she's due a little compassion after 9 months of being under your iron thumb.
My therapist actually stays professional. She doesn't get personal with her clients.
Well, my client is a person.
She's able to give the objective opinion.
My client is a person. How could I not be personal? So
you got personal with her.
She's a
That's not something
person.
a therapist does.
Well,
the therapist doesn't tell the client about their life.
But did you learn that at washing machine repair school? Where did you learn that bit of advanced mental health theory?
Out of a Lucky Charm box.
Well, that was an expensive Lucky Charm box.
Yeah, $2.58.
In other words, a week's pay, huh?
For you,
anyway. Good comeback. Anyway, Ramona, this man is never going to change.
This one is going to take you out on a date.
Yeah, I want to go to dinner, and I'm married, so I'm less trustworthy, I guess. I can afford a dinner, and I have a family.
Yeah, lucky charm.
Somehow that makes me less stable than Lorne, I guess. Now, maybe if I lost my job and I started drinking more, maybe lost some hair, you'd be more inclined to listen to me, Ramona. I don't know.
Yeah,
but I think
about the hair if I didn't already know I was good looking. So there you go, Miss Underwear model.
Well, unfortunately, none of the rest of us still know if you're good looking, so we have to look at the evidence and figure it out. You don't like
did my mom share his picture with you?
No,
But did you probably see pictures online?
Yeah. Yeah, when I was watching him try to explain why he tried to rape a 13-year-old girl, that was when I...
Hey, that's a slam. I've heard that one before.
I'm sure you've heard it. I'm sure you've heard it.
Trying to make me look better to my girlfriend, so you can have an affair with her.
Even if I were interested in her, it wouldn't be an affair if we're both single.
You already stated that you are, so it's not an if.
Really? Please direct me to the place where I said to the time, place, recording, the written website, whatever.
I know all about it.
What do you mean? I said that the other night. You know all about it. What do you mean?
That's all you need to know is I know all about it.
Do you think you're an attractive person, Lorne?
Doesn't matter what I think.
Do you think you're an attractive person?
Doesn't matter what I think, remember?
Do you think you're an attractive person?
Yeah, I do.
Based on what?
Based on what I think of myself.
Well, that's a tautology. I'm asking you
Lorne, No, Lorne, because you know, my therapist has been harsh on you. What are your best 3 physical features let's say some good things about you. Let's take a break and say some good things about you. What are your 3 best physical features?
My 3, I'd have to say my muscles, my eyes, and I kind of like my hands.
Your hands?
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that. What about your hands do you like?
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what I hear when I hear that.
Do you like your feet?
No, I don't like my feet.
I'll tell you what I hear when I hear
guitar and write and
when I.
Are you happy with? Oh, go ahead.
When I hear him talk about his muscles and his hands and his eyes, you know what I hear, Ramona? I hear that he's got the 2 perfect tools to make a fist and an open hand slap. That he's got strength to put. That he's got strength to put behind those weapons, and then he's got eyes to aim them perfectly, and that scares the hell out of me.
No. My eyes, because I like the color blue. My eyes are blue.
Because we know he's got a mouth, and he can.
My hands, because I like to play guitar, and I play guitar, and I write, and I like doing things. And my muscles, just because I like to look decent and not.
And I like doing things. Well, that's a selling point. I'll admit that's a pretty strong selling point. He likes doing things. You definitely want to be with the guy who likes doing things. You don't want to be with one of those guys that doesn't like doing any things. You definitely want to be with a thing-like doer. That's an asset. That's a feather in your cap.
That made a lot of sense.
I need to know.
I'm kind of reaching there at you.
I need to know, Ramona, that you understand that, domestic violence deaths always begin with verbal abuse. That's where it always starts. And I want to point out also that the only kind of abuse he's been able to inflict on you is verbal because of the distance limitation. The only reason we don't know whether or not he would be violent physically to you at this point is because he hasn't yet had the opportunity.
What if we made a contract, like the one that we have, we made a contract, let's say when he comes to live here, and
Ramona.
You're interrupting her already and not letting her finish. Why? Because she said when he comes to live here, you because you won't get
No, I'm offended by the part where she said the first time he hits me, then we have to make new rules. That's the part that offends me, Lorne. The fact that she acknowledges the possibility that you're going to hit her. That's the part that offends me. So I'm sorry if it offends you, that it bothers me that she's willing to forgive you if you decide to hit her. But that's not good enough for me.
There isn't one person in my family, and I have 4 other brothers, name one of them that hits women.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
I think number 5. I don't hit women either.
On earth
Lorne was raised by his mom.
None of my uncles ever hit women.
Lorne was raised by his mom.
Well, you're the black sheep then. I don't know. It's irrelevant. Ramona,
I'm a black sheep already.
I need to know what it's going to take, Ramona, for you to stop talking to Lorne, because I think that's what needs to happen here for your benefit, for your sake.
Because you want to take it out on a date.
What do you think, Ramona?
I don't think anything you're saying is for her benefit. I think it's all for your benefit.
Lorne seems to think I'm talking to him, even though I keep saying the name Ramona.
Yeah. Well,
Ramona. What's it going to take?
That's because I'm putting it out there like I see it. You put it out like you see it, I put it out like I see it.
Mr. Pearson.
Yes.
I know you've seen my parents a number of times since the talk that we had on Friday or Thursday. What are they saying? Because they're being really weird with me now, and I want to know what they're saying.
They're terrified. They feel that I have accurately conveyed to you and to Lorne their feelings and concerns. And I think it's safe to say I can speak safely for them in saying that we're all in league in terms of our sentiments about Lorne and our feelings for the situation and our concerns for your well-being. Ramona, you know that
you've been to me?
Listen, Ramona, I told them that I told them that what I think of you. I was candid with them because I'm a candid person. And they...
Are you a candid fella? Are you really? Anyway, go ahead.
They echo my sentiment. An obvious joke there somewhere. And they echo my concerns. And we all want the same thing for you, which is what's best for you, which is your safety and your security. And none of us feel that this is the right situation for you. And we're terrified of the prospect of you going to visit him in person and being alone on his turf, so to speak, and not having anybody there that's in your corner, that's on your side, that can defend you or protect you or help you.
I told her that I'd be more than happy to bring my mother down. My mother is almost 77 years old. My mother doesn't stand for any guy hitting a woman.
Well, I'm sure that well, it's very comforting to know that if you decide to hit Ramona, your 77-year-old mother will step in and stop that. I'm sure that'll end well for everybody.
Well, I bring my 6'2" from 6'2" inch uncle that weighs almost 300 pounds. I'll bring him. He doesn't stand for it either.
What, are you going to move your whole family down there?
I'll bring both of them. Both of them would happily go down there with me.
And live there. Uh-huh.
No, when she comes up to me, both of them would happily go.
Now, this 6'2", 300-pound person you're bringing, is that reinforcements? What, if you get tired of hitting her, he can take a turn?
We'll find a preacher at a church. A big preacher at a church.
No preacher's ever done anything wrong. That's an airtight plan.
You can blame the Pope.
No therapist ever has either, have they?
Lorne, how are you gonna pay for her to come out and see you? You don't have a job. You don't have any money.
With money.
Oh. But you don't have a job or any money.
You don't
have any money?
Lorne's been saving. Lorne, how much? Actually, I haven't asked you this in a while. How much do you have saved towards our visiting goal?
700.
You have 700 saved.
Yep.
Well, first let me say that it's very impressive that you've managed to save less than a week's pay in most parts of America. That's pretty special. But beyond that, I thought the arrangement was that Ramona was going to pay for the plane ticket.
Well, here's the thing.
I never wanted her to pay for it. I don't believe in that. I believe but I was by my probation officer.
Here's the thing. And Lorne, don't get mad at me, okay? Ultimately, I was going to pay for everything. The meals, the plane ticket, the hotel, the excursions, everything. I was going to pay for everything if he had done 3 months without doing any of the abusive stuff on that list from
Ramona,
the first time.
Let me ask you a question. I want to ask you this question, right? You said you would pay for the trip to go see him if he's able to make the 3-month mark on the contract that he still has now broken twice.
On the first time. So I'm not paying for it now because he didn't do it on the first time.
Okay. Let me ask you this, though. What happens when you run out of money and you can't pay him to be good anymore? Where's this incentive then? And more to the point, why the hell does he need that incentive in the first place?
If he wins the lottery, that's why I said if he wins the lottery, then those problems go away. And Lord, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you need to be rich or anything to keep there. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying if he wins the lottery, it goes away. All that goes away.
He's not going to win the lottery. Do you understand how astronomical the odds are against winning the lottery? You're living in a dream world. He's got a better chance of getting signed to a music label making country western records. It's not going to happen.
Barry,
win the lottery.
Before you get too cocky, Barry, I've already made the 6 figures a year before, so it's nothing for me to start my business up again and make 6 figures a year.
Why aren't you doing it?
Well, because I'm
that's a pretty good reason. Because you're with Ramona? Because you're with Ramona? What?
I'm trying to work on the can of coffee here, so I had to hesitate for a second. When I moved down there, I don't want to leave my business up here.
So let me understand.
So when I start a business up here, if I want to be with her.
For the last 9 months, well then how are you going to...
If I got a business, you go down here.
Let me understand it.
Then I'll start my business.
No. I want to make sure I understand. You haven't started your business there because then you just have to start another one when you go down to move down to Ramona, right?
Mr. Therapist, let me say
No.
Let's follow my business here.
Okay.
Why start my business here? Why not just wait till I get down there, then start it?
Well, then why don't you get down there and start it?
But Mr. Therapist, let me say this, and Lorne, and Lorne, as sweet as this is, what you had said this day, when you say this, as sweet as it is,
Ramona, this is madness.
No,
this is lunacy. He's saying that the reason he hasn't started his business yet is because he'll just have to drop it and start it again when he comes down there. So his solution is to do nothing.
Lorne, tell him what you told me. Be honest and tell him what you told me. Because I know it's sweet, but I don't agree with it. I know it was sweet, but I don't agree with it. Lorne, okay, I told him, I said, start your business. I said, because I told him, I said, start your business. For a time, he was, what was he doing? For a time, he was, doing, no. When you lost your job, who were you doing with that guy? You were doing some kind of, housework or something.
Some kind of housework. Carpentry?
Carpentry or something that he was doing for a time. And he didn't like it because he couldn't talk to me on the phone. And I said, Lorne, do this. I said, start your business. I said, don't worry so much about talking to me on the phone. And so now he's determined to drive trucks so that he can talk to me all day on the phone. But I told him, and I still say this, Lorne, do a business, start a business, and don't worry about talking to me on the phone all day, because you want to make big money, and with him trying to talk to me on the phone all day while he's driving, it's going to limit him to driving jobs. Whereas I don't think he wants to start his septic business because I think he wants to hold that spot open to talk to me on the phone all day.
Is this true, Lorne?
It kind of is because I love spending time with her.
I understand that you love spending time with her, but...
Lorne, are you crying?
Yeah.
Lorne, that's...
Lorne! Mr. Therapist, quiet, Mr. Therapist. Lorne, why are you crying? Lorne.
Because I love you and I know I'm not doing some stuff right and I want to do it right. I'm trying hard. I'm just going to get this shit out of my head of what people did to me before.
Well, why are you crying?
Sorry, I'm going to cry.
What are your thoughts?
I hate when people tell me that I don't love you and that I've abused you because I wouldn't. I just want to meet you so bad. I'm being pressured by my probation officer, my counselor, my therapist, and I believe in you. And I'm fighting them to fucking leave me alone because I believe in you.
Mr. Therapist, are you happy now? You made him cry.
Well, I'm not trying to make him cry. It's not like I said that was going to be my objective tonight or something. But I think this is good for him. I mean, when you start talking like that, Lorne, you say, I know I'm not doing some things right. That's what you need more of. Those are the things that you've got to work on. So he can change. But the key is that you've got to be willing to do that regardless whether there's a woman involved or not. As long as it's about her, then you're not doing it for the right reason. Because as long as you're doing it for her, then the strength of your conviction to do it at all is going to oscillate based on the strength of the relationship.
But
And if the relationship at some point dissolves, then there goes his motivation to be a better person.
Mr. Therapist, I want to pose a question to you. And Lorne, you can answer if you've seen this movie as well. Have either of you guys seen the movie Legally Blonde?
Yes.
You saw it,
A long
Lorne?
time ago. Yeah, a long time ago.
Mr. Therapist, have you seen it?
No.
Well, let me tell you what this movie is. It was one of my favorite movies. And basically what happens is, and Lorne, I'm curious to know who you saw this complete chick flick with, because this is the most chickiest, flickiest movie there ever was. Okay, so this movie...
My sister-in-law.
Oh, sounds kinky. No, but for real,
My sister-in-law and my nieces and nephew, we all watched it, and my brother was there.
Did you cry on it?
No.
Because it was touching. Okay, so anyway, so here's what happened. So this girl, she was like really blonde, and she was like really pretty, and she was like ditzy, and she was going to school to become like a fashion designer, and her boyfriend, huh? Yeah, Reese Witherspoon. And then there's her twin sister, Reese without her spoon. But anyway, that's another story. But so she's going to school to be a fashion designer and everything, and she's really cute and ditzy and whatnot. And so then her boyfriend breaks up with her, and he says that he's going to Harvard. He's going to be a lawyer. And she's like, and she's like, oh my gosh, I'm so heartbroken. And so she decides that she's going to go get her man. And so she then goes to Harvard as well, and they're all shocked to see her there, like, you're too stupid for this. And so she goes and she studies, and she develops a love for law and everything like that. And so she becomes a lawyer, graduates top of her class, et cetera, and she finds new penis and everything. But the thing is that she did this for him, and then she ended up doing it for herself. Could Lorne be like that?
If real life were like Hollywood, it's possible. Of course, the next question is real life like Hollywood?
Can it be in this instance?
Is real life ever like Hollywood?
People get divorced after 3 months.
Does that ever happen in the movies?
No.
Okay.
Things I'm doing right now, I'm doing for myself so that I have a secure place.
That would be easier to believe if you'd already been doing them.
Yeah, but I'm in the process of doing it. The paperwork's already going through.
What paperwork? I'm talking about what are you going to buy the property with? I mean, that's you don't have to answer that, of course. I'm not, I realize I'm asking personal questions there, but the point I'm making is that
I'm looking for a job hard. I even filled out applications yesterday.
Okay.
I'm trying to get jobs more down southern Maine so that I can make more money.
Well, that's one thing. I mean, that's one thing you've got to do, but it's one thing among so many. That's the way I see it from my perspective.
It's always a starting point.
Well, that's true, but the concern is that the starting point for you, it seems like all of the major evolutions in your life, whether they're positive or negative, are hitched to people, and more specifically to trying to please other people. And you've got to be able to recognize, A, the fallacy in approaching personal change from that perspective, and B, the pattern in your failure to change on a fundamental level when you're operating with that motivation.
I'm not going to say you're wrong in that because you're right.
Well, I appreciate that.
People and I've screwed some other people because I tried pleasing other people and got screwed in the process.
So where do you think that impulse to want to try to please other people comes from? What is it that makes your mom? What is she? I mean, is she hard on you? Does she?
No, she tries to please people.
Your mom tries to. Okay, so in other words, you emulate her behavior.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
He was raised by his mom.
Okay. So is it possible that perhaps your mother is not the best example? I know it can be hard to acknowledge that the people we love aren't perfect and may not be the best for us to emulate, but it's important to be able to make that observation. She's your mother, but she's just a person, and she has flaws and shortcomings and problems like all people do. I know you understand that at an intellectual level, but it can be hard to understand that viscerally, which is to say it can be hard to internalize that and then apply it.
I understand that. I mean, it took me a lot of years to realize that she's not perfect, but it took me a while to realize that. The way I used to realize my older brother and my sister wasn't perfect either. Do you feel like they influenced your behavior, the way you think and the way you approach situations also? Yeah.
Yeah.
That.
Lorne? Are you crying?
I'm trying to think of it.
Lorne, what's going on? Are you crying?
I'm trying to.
Listen, guys, I don't want to take up any more of the time that y'all have talking together. I have an early appointment at the gym. It's glutes day. But I think we've made some progress here, and I appreciate the time that both of y'all have taken to hear my guidance, such as it was. And maybe we can do this again sometime.
Okay.
Okay, Lorne?
I'm going to continue talking to him.
Okay.
I apologize for being so defensive, Barry.
Well, I apologize for being hard on you, Lorne. I appreciate your apology, and I hope you understand that even if my methods are uncomfortable sometimes, there's a reason behind them, and believe it or not, I'm not out here trying to hurt anybody or break anybody or make anybody cry. I know this is hard stuff, but it's important and necessary, and I appreciate you staying on the line with me and not hanging up on me when you probably had good motivation to. And anyway, I hope you guys will think about what we've talked about. And Ramona, I'll talk to you this week. And Lorne, take care, and I'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right, you too.
All right, I'll keep you abreast of everything that goes on.
Thank you, Ramona. Good night.
Good night. Lorne?
Hi.
Well, you do realize that I am going to have to set it back 3 months again.
No, I don't realize that.
Lorne,
we're dealing with so much. It's not easy setting the time back.
Lorne, I can't not.
This is what the problem is. We need to meet.
Lorne, I need 3 months of respect more than I need to meet. I do. If you're telling me I can't have 3 months of no drunken yelling at me and no messaging me outside or calling me outside of those hours, if you're telling me I can't have 3 months of that, Lorne?
You're going to have 3 months of that.
Okay, I need 3 months.
You're going to have more than 3 months of that. All I want to do is meet. I've had 3 pictures of you. It's all I've had. I haven't had videos of you. I haven't had any more pictures of you. I don't have any pictures of you right now because I don't have my other phone. I don't have my computer.
Lord, I need 3 months of respect before I go meet you. I have said that before.
All these other guys get to be around you and spend time with you, and I can't. I'm your boyfriend. I can't do anything with you.
But Lord, but you're not.
Like I can't hold your hand. I can't take you out. I can't do.
And my thing is, you keep mentioning your therapist, your probation officer, you keep mentioning your posse, but what about you? Where do you come in where you're held responsible for your behavior? You just expect to be able to do whatever it is that you want, say whatever it is that you want, act in whatever way that you want, and then not have to face any consequences.
Do you realize it's all based around us not even seeing each other yet?
No, Lorne, no, it's not. It is not.
It's all part of my problem is because Vanessa Ann Lee Parker told me she was going to come up 7 times.
Okay, then Lorne, maybe...
My mom.
Then Lorne, if meeting someone, if that bothers you that much, then maybe you need to date some chick who's right there in Maine.
Well, when I've got the woman that I want,
well, then you're
I just want to see her. I want to be able to spend time with her.
Then, Lorne, you're going to have to do things that make her feel comfortable.
I want to.
But, Lorne, you're not doing it.
I also don't ask much when I ask you to do that. Just text me and say you'll talk to me tomorrow.
Lorne!
I'm not asking much when I ask them. It's not the first time I've asked that.
How many times has that happened? And before I ask the question, I'll give you the answer. 2 minutes. 2 minute account. How many times have you messaged me something, and then I message you back, and then you keep messaging me questions after questions, and if the answer is something that you don't like, I have to hear about it. Lord, I do not have all day to sit at my phone. And then there's a bunch of times where I'm not even at my phone. So you be messaging me all this time, and I have my phone face down with the volume off because I'm trying to enjoy time with my friends. I am not on my phone all day, every single day.
When you were driving, you were up during the day. I don't say when you were working, you was up during the day. You would go to bed at night. Now you don't go to bed at night. You go to bed during the day.
Lord, I would have been in bed.
Time with you at all.
I'd have been in bed probably 5 hours ago if I didn't have to deal with this, what you're doing tonight. The problem is that you want to do what you want to do and not face any consequences, not be held accountable, and get what you want.
Is that all I want is for us to meet.
Okay, you want to
that shit will go away. I'll know if this is real.
Wait, Lauren, you want us to meet, but your behavior is not showing it. And again, if you have to have all these worries, Lord, this is not love. If you have to have all these worries about, is she real? Is she coming up? I don't know, is she sleeping with the doctor, her therapist, this person, that person? Lord, that is not a foundation for a healthy relationship, and that is not love.
But when you keep telling me how perfect the doctor is, how perfect the therapist is,
Lord, you talk about these guys more than I do. But I am not giving you anything.
You even sent him right to a therapist tonight. That certainly didn't help me.
Lauren, I'm back. Lauren, what I'm saying to you is that I have not given you enough to be talking about love and marriage and future and whatnot. Like I said, I've given you compassion, I've given you support, I've given you friendship, kindness, I've given you those things and really ask and advice and really ask for nothing in return. But, I mean, I'm trying to give you good advice right now. Saying that you love me and that you want to spend the rest of your life with me is out of line. It's nothing I have done has warranted that kind of behavior or that kind of thinking. And so rather than, you know what I mean?
All the time that we've spent together has meant a lot to me.
Okay, Lauren, I get that, but you're talking about someone who, Lauren.
Who shows me that I'm more than just a person.
Okay, I'm trying to give you good advice, okay? Nobody on this planet who you have met and who you have only known for 9 months, but you haven't met. Hold on, let me go back. There's nobody on this planet. There are no two people on this planet who have not met and who have only talked on the phone for 9 months who should get married and spend the rest of their lives together. Maybe they should get married and spend the rest of their lives together, but not at that point in their friendship, relationship, whatever.
And we need to meet, too. Face to face.
This planet.
We need to meet, too. Be face to face.
Hang on a second, because my... Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my Bluetooth. Okay, yeah, like I said, there's no two people like that on this planet because marriage and spending the rest of your life together involves a lot more than spending time together, than just spending time together. And Lord, I mean, we've spent a lot of time on the phone, but in terms of time getting to know each other, I've tried to tell you this before. You have a fantasy. And that's the problem. You talk to a person, you develop a fantasy in your mind of what they're like, what they think like, what they smell like, what they move like, their hand gestures that they do. All these things that you create in your head about what this person is like, but you don't know this person. So when you've not met
someone, wouldn't the smart thing to do would be to meet each other?
Lorne, I
all the
have said
problem
to
is.
you, but here's the thing. You're putting, and I hate to use non-vegan expressions, I really do. But in this sense, you're putting the cart before the horse. Because somebody has asked you, and this is really a good thing for you to make a habit of. Those 10 things that I listed off, not getting drunk, not cursing me out, not screaming at me, those are good things to do all the time with everybody, whether it's man, woman, trans, cisgender, whoever. Those are good things to do all the time. And so once you get into the habit of doing those, that's a good thing. So even if it was like 3 months and you had done those things, it'd be like, okay, well, and if I was like, okay, well, I never want to see you again, I never want to see you, you'd still be in the habit of being healthy towards people in your interpersonal relationships. But you're not healthy towards people in your interpersonal relationship when here I am getting abusive voicemails and text messages and stuff. Lorne, I'm telling you, I don't even know what to say at this point.
How do you think I feel when you ignore me?
Lorne,
how do you think I feel like the other day when I tried calling you back when you were still on the phone to your therapist and you wouldn't answer my call, you cut me off. How do you think that makes me feel?
Lorne, I'm trying to tell you.
Makes me feel like, okay, she wanted me on the phone all night before, and if I hadn't hung up, then I'd still be on the phone. So why is she cutting me off now?
Lorne, how you should feel is that you shouldn't be expecting anything from a girl you've never met who is telling you that she doesn't love you. I mean, she likes you, she likes you like a person, but I mean, Lorne, you should not be expecting her to answer your messages when jump when you say jump, answer your messages when you say answer, pick up every time you call. Lorne, you should not be expecting this. I am trying to help you. It never works. I've had these conversations with you before.
Over 7 hours time, you never once looked at your phone.
Lorne, oh God, you're still not getting it, Lorne. You're still not getting it. Lorne.
Listen to what you're saying. I'm trying to get you to
Lorne,
see what
Lorne,
I'm saying.
Lorne, please listen to me, please, okay? Your priorities should not be worrying about whether or not I'm answering my phone, at my phone, playing on my phone, whether or not I looked at my phone within 7 hours. Your priorities should be on you.
And you should also be wondering why she's ignoring me.
God. Lorne, listen to me. I mean, I'm not going to always have these talks. I'm trying to help you. I seriously am. I really...
Breakfast. Come on. Eat some breakfast.
Lorne.
I'm sorry. I beat the dog.
Your priorities should not be on whether or not I am at my phone, whether or not I'm looking at my phone, what I'm doing with is the phone on vibrate and I'm using it for sexual pleasure. Lord, that is not what your priority should be. You need to be able to look at people as what they are. Just because somebody has spent time with you on the phone does not mean that you are soulmates and destined to marry this person you've never met. You there, Lorne?
Yeah, I'm here.
I mean, I'm trying to get...
Because it has been so long.
What?
I'm so frustrated because it has been so long. Every time it just keeps getting back, and back. And my frustration is built around us not being face-to-face. All I care about is being able to be face-to-face with you. Where we can actually know each other face-to-face, person to person. We get to know each other in our little court.
Reward. That's what I'm hearing on one end, but on the other end, I'm hearing someone who so strongly wants another human. Hello?
I'm here.
No, what were you saying?
I said our first 6 months together, we were awesome together. We didn't have fights like this.
Lorne.
Oh, nah. We've been together 9 months. There's no reason why we shouldn't meet. That's where everything is based around. It's not being
Lorne,
face-to-face.
it is not based around... Lorne, us meeting is not a Band-Aid for everything, because say I went up there this weekend and spent 3 days up there. Okay, yeah, you'd know I'm real, but you wouldn't know I wasn't fucking the doctor. You wouldn't know that I wasn't fucking the therapist or going out on dates when I'm not there. It might be a 3-night Band-Aid. Lorne, I am trying to help you, and you're not listening, and you never do. And I might be just wasting my breath.
You don't help me by wanting to push it back 3 months again.
Lorne.
It doesn't help either one of us.
Okay, here's where I am, okay? You claim that you want to meet me so bad, but yet you cannot show 3 months of respect in order to get it, right? So then I say, okay, Lorne, if you are that desperate for a body to be there, if you're that desperate for the human form to be somewhere in your life or whatever, for just another human to be there in your circle, then just I don't even know. I mean, then just it might be better and easier for you if you just talk to someone who is in your state.
No, it wouldn't.
It would, Lorne, because then you wouldn't have all these worries all the time.
It's not just any form, any human form that I want. It's you.
But the problem is that you say this, but then you don't follow through. The problem is that you say these are the things that you want, but then you don't work to get them. I guess you just want everything handed to you, and it's really not how...
The problem is you have all these guys around you that want you, and you come back and tell me they could be underwear models, and then this therapist asks you out on a freaking date. It's a date any way you look at it.
Lorne, forget these guys. What I'm
That's
saying...
easier said than done.
Lorne, but what I'm saying to you is you should not be putting this much stock in someone you've never met. Why is that so hard to grasp? You're talking
Because I
about...
believe in you.
Lorne, okay, Lorne. Believing in someone and blindly following them into a pit with lions and snakes is different. And what I'm telling you is I have given you no reason to think that we'll be getting married one day. I'm not planning that. And you've given me no reason to think that that's something that I would want based on your behavior. You talk about the first 6 months were good or are good or whatever. Lorne, the first 6 months were some of the most abusive months that I've known you.
Because of the doctor.
Okay, but yeah, Lorne, but there's always some reason. There's always some reason.
Let me ask you this. How do you think you would feel if some girl was on a three-way with us and she asked me out to dinner and I said yes while my girlfriend was on the phone?
Lorne, you are putting too much stock in me. I've not met you, and you're already wanting to control when I talk on the phone, or how I answer your messages.
You just said it because we haven't met.
But I'm saying we haven't met, Lorne. I'm saying we haven't met, not as if to say we should be meeting. I'm saying we haven't met because you're acting like this to someone who you don't know. You truly don't know someone like this. You haven't met, Lorne. Lorne, within a couple of weeks of knowing you, you're talking about marriage and future and kids. How does that make any sense to you?
We kept getting threatened by the doctor.
Within a couple of weeks, Lorne, you didn't even know the doctor existed. So because so your logic is, this is your logic. You meet a girl, well, might as well say on the internet. You meet a girl on the internet, and you feel threatened. You meet a random girl on the internet. She happens to be pretty and young, and you feel threatened because she has a close friend who's a doctor, and so your immediate next thought is, I want to marry her and spend the rest of my life with her.
No,
what sense does that make?
That was an impulsive thing.
It was an impulsive thing. Okay, so a marriage is an impulsive thing? How healthy does that sound?
How healthy is it when instead of pushing that guy away, he brings him in closer?
I'm not pushing him away because he's actually someone who's here in my state.
Yeah, well, and that's what I want to be.
Okay, but you're not, Lorne.
The only ones that can make that happen is us.
Lorne, but you're not here.
We keep pushing it from the back, so we might as well never get there.
We don't keep pushing it back, Lorne. You keep pushing it back. If you truly wanted to meet me, and when I said I would pay to come down there and I would pay everything, then you would have been done drinking. You would have been done with the abusive stuff. You wouldn't have been messaging me after 10 or calling me after 10. You would have been done because you would have been a person who was working towards a goal. But
and then those 3 months go by and you don't show up.
Well, then guess what? If I said, well, you know what, 3 months, nope, I'm done with you. The good thing is that you would have 3 months of good behavior. It takes 21 days to form a habit. You would have had, 92 days to make good habits? And then hopefully at that point you'd say, well, maybe I should date people who I can see face to face, who live in my state. I mean, I'm just flabbergasted at this idea that you meet someone on the internet. I mean, you might as well say on the internet. You meet someone on the internet, and then from there, your very next thought is, well, she has friends who she's really close to who are young and professional and good-looking, so I must marry this girl and get her to abandon these friends who she's close with.
No, so the threat was constantly there.
The what?
Put the threat there. Threat was constantly there, and I didn't put the threat there.
But you put yourself there, Lorne, when you didn't need to. Lorne,
Did you need to put the threat there?
Lorne,
I told you again with the therapist. You do it again with the therapist.
Lorne,
I'm on the phone. You tell him that he could be an underwear model.
Lorne, you put yourself
pretty nice
there. That would be like me. Okay, let me give you a perfect example, okay? Okay, Senator Cory Booker is my future husband, okay? I freaking love the guy. He's vegan, he's handsome, he's a Democrat. I mean, he's everything that I want to marry. I mean, I'm just joking because I unfortunately won't be able to achieve that. But what I'm saying is that's what he is. And if I went, okay, Senator Cory Booker lives too far away from me. He lives in one state or two states over. But anyway, if I went and decided that I wanted to be his girlfriend, and let's say he had a whole bunch of groupies and friends who were really close to him and stuff like that, but I decide that I want to be his girlfriend, and I inject myself into his life, I have no reason to believe that Senator Cory Booker is going to have anything to do with me just because I tell him to stop having girlfriends, female friends, and to stop and to focus on me. Lorne, do you not see how this doesn't make sense?
Doesn't make sense that you would constantly put a threat there to me.
Lorne. Okay, I don't know how to say this.
To dinner with another guy it's not right when you have a boyfriend. It's not right.
Okay, maybe I need to reframe this. Lorne, when you and I have not met, and I am a single young girl, or any single young girl, talking to someone who's on the internet, the person who's on the internet is not going to take top priority over everybody else in her life, and that is what you have expected from me. You have told me before that you told me that a conversation with you was more important than my 96-year-old grandmother's health. You told me that I needed to get off the phone with Nana, ditch her, and talk to me is pretty much your exact words.
And what you just said was that it's fine that you go out on dates.
Lorne, this is comical.
Do you agree that's what you just said?
Lorne, be quiet and listen to me, okay? I'm going to say this as kindergarten as I can, okay? You, okay, someone who I have never met, someone who has never done anything for me, anything, someone who lives hundreds of miles away, someone who I did not sign up to be the love of their life or the love of their day. You expect me to put you before my grandmother, to put you before my parents, to put you before...
No. Not your grandmother and your parents, no.
But you have said things like that before. You have told me before that a conversation on the phone with you was more important than Nana's health.
That's not what I...
That's what you said. Those were your exact words. Those were your exact...
Roscoe, get out of our food.
But those were your exact words. You said this conversation is more important than your Nana's health. Those were your exact words.
Well, I don't remember saying that.
I know, because when you don't remember it, it's synonymous to it didn't happen.
Yeah,
but the thing is that it did
that doesn't
happen.
sound like something I'd say about it.
Okay, I can go back to my text messages and read it to you, since that seems to be the way that you like to operate.
Well, I acted like that when you were talking to me now.
Quote, here it is, 9:36. What date was this?
How many months ago?
No, it was this month. 9:36.
I don't believe
You
it was this
said,
month.
quote, well, this conversation is so much more than Nana's health with 3 exclamation marks. Nana is 96. 96 and 3 months. She's 96 and a quarter. And you're going to tell me that a conversation with you, someone who I've never even met, is more important than her health? You really must be out of your mind.
Listen to me. I am not, I've told you this before, I'm not used to having somebody that's honest. And I get scared. I feel like I'm being lied to sometimes. And it affects my judgment on what I'm saying and who I'm actually talking to.
Lorne,
That's
you
why
do
I
not,
get affected by it.
Lorne, you do not have to put this much stock in someone you have not met.
When I'm calling her my girlfriend, I don't expect her to go out on date. There's nothing right about that.
So what you want to do is
We've been exclusive for 9 months. Why is it all of a sudden changing?
Lord, what you want is you want to be able to tell someone who's half your age that she can't do anything.
You also get out of her food.
That she can't do anything that people her age are doing because she's waiting for you to figure life out from hundreds of miles away.
What you're saying is that even though we're boyfriend and girlfriend, it's all right for you to go out on dates.
When did I mention a date? I'm talking about how you talked to me about my grandmother.
I was talking about dates.
Okay, yeah, because you're always talking about screwing and dates and who likes who and all that stuff. I'm talking about how you talked to me about my grandmother. I'm talking about the fact that on Christmas, you wanted me to leave my grandmother and my mother. I told you I was playing Scrabble with my mother, and I told you that Nana was singing to us on Christmas. And you said that what you wanted to talk about was more important than a Scrabble game, and you wanted me to walk away and repeatedly tried to get me to go into the bathroom to talk to you.
That was almost a year ago.
Okay, but Lorne, the fact of the matter is that the behavior's still there. When this month you were trying to tell me that what you had to say was more important than Nana.
Oh, I'm sorry that people have not been honest with me.
Okay, Lorne, see, you're sorry, you're apologizing for your perceived wrongs, but you're not apologizing for your behavior.
I'm apologizing for my behavior. I'm sorry that things that have happened in my past are still affecting me. I'm sorry about it.
Then, Lorne, maybe you need to work that out.
I am trying to change.
Okay, but Lorne, maybe you need to work that out and not drag other people down with you.
Am I dragging you down?
Lorne, are you lifting me up?
Oh, I want to.
Okay, I didn't ask what you wanted. I asked what you're doing.
The biggest thing that I want is for us to meet. Then all my problems go away.
No, they don't, Lorne. They don't. They don't.
Yes, they do.
Lorne, but they don't go
All I'm
away.
asking you to let me know you're real. Let me know you're real.
But here's
Don't
the
be like
thing.
these other people.
But here's the thing. Meeting does not make your problems go away because, again, you could have seen me this weekend and you still wouldn't know it's the following weekend. Am I going to go out with the doctor? Am I going to go out with the therapist? Am I going to be playing on and sucking on horse things?
If you haven't done it these last 9 months, showing me you're real and meeting me and staying with me, even when you go back, still staying with me, there's a whole lot more trust there. There's not so much of a word.
Lorne,
I know that what I'm saying makes sense to you.
no, it does not. It makes 0 sense. Absolutely no sense at all.
Do you believe more in the doctor because you see him face to face?
Lorne, the doctor has nothing to do with this, okay?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it like that. Okay,
I know the doctor,
If you were to know the doctor only over the phone, would you believe in him as much?
Lorne, I know the doctor. He is here in my state. I've seen him multiple times, not just for a weekend.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
You're
but
able
here's
to
the
see him face
difference.
to face. You believe in him more.
Okay, but here's the difference. I see him on a regular basis. He doesn't get drunk and call me names. He doesn't drink. Well, he can't get drunk because he doesn't drink. And he doesn't have abusive, unhealthy behaviors in his past. But also, if I didn't know, if I had just talked to him online or something, I wouldn't be talking about getting married to him. I wouldn't be talking about, like spending the rest of my life with him. I wouldn't be having those conversations with a guy who I just met, on the internet. That makes no sense. And I sure as hell wouldn't be telling him to put me before his grandmother.
Let's throw that in there.
What?
You gotta throw that in there so I look even worse.
Lord, but your behavior makes you look worse. I mean...
I hate us not being able to be face to face with each other. Not be able to see each other yet.
But here's the
Not
thing.
be able to do things together.
But then, more two things, okay?
Don't tell me that I should find somebody here. Somebody here is not the one that I want.
Lauren, but here's the thing. I've been telling you this for months, to stop putting all your stock in me. You haven't met me. You don't know me. I've been telling you this for months.
I know that if you're real with me, you're the one I want.
But does this make sense? Okay, in what world does this make sense? Okay, well, I love you. You're the one that I want, but I don't know if you're real now. I don't know if you're real because you could be completely fake, like your pictures, and you could be using a voice changer, and you could really be a man, and you could really have body odor because you only bathe 6 times a year, and you might wear ratty-tatty clothes, but I love you if you're not those things that you could be, but I don't know because I've never met you, but I'm in love with you, and if you are beautiful, if you are cute, if you are funny, and if you are female, then I love you and you're the one that I want.
You're being honest with me about everything, but I do love you. I love the way you've been with me. I love the way we've gotten along. I love when we laugh together. I hate it when we fight, but shit happens. Your clothes, I don't give a fuck about your clothes. You're wearing ratty-tatty clothes. It's not your clothes that I love. It's you. Be face-to-face. So we know each other face-to-face. We don't have the reason anymore of we've never been face-to-face, so we don't know.
But, Lorne, that's a big part.
I want to know.
But Lorne, here's the thing, though, okay?
I bought vegan pork bites yesterday.
I think that's freaking awesome. But, again, that's really cool, but that's not love. I'm glad you got vegan porkless bites, though. They're delicious. But that's still not a symptom of love.
I know. We need to meet.
Love?
No.
Lorne, me meeting you is not going to make me fall head over heels in love.
Step forward.
Lorne. Oh, gosh. I'm trying.
Are you going to say it's not a step forward?
Lorne, it takes more than one meeting for that to happen.
Yeah, it takes being face-to-face more. It's got to start somewhere. I was continuously going these 3 months. When I mess up, I'd mess up because we're not meeting.
Then, Lorne, it's a catch-22 if you put it like that. That might mean that it just is not meant to work out. Because if you can't go 3 months without getting drunk, abusive, or messaging me after hours, then I mean, what am I trying to meet you for?
Can you go 3 months without saying yes to a date with a guy?
First of all, I'm not saying yes to any date. Second of all, Lorne, you want me to be here and not do things like that, not go out to dinners, not have, you're really not a fan of me having
guys. I don't want you to go out to dinners with guys, the movies with guys.
Who said anything about the movies?
Anything with another guy. I don't care if it's your therapist or not. I'm not asking for a miracle. I'm just asking you to stay exclusive to me till we meet and we know for sure. So I'm being that for you. I don't believe in going out on dates where I tell somebody that they're my girlfriend.
Lorne, but how, I mean, what is, we've never met. You're going through girlfriend and boyfriend and everything. I mean, what does that mean when we've not even met?
It means we stay exclusive to each other. We don't go on dates.
So basically, it keeps me on a leash from going out with guys so that I cannot go out with a guy because he's hundreds of miles away.
I'm on a leash, too.
Lord, but you're putting yourself on a leash.
Yeah, because I'm staying honest.
Lord, but for what?
But what you're just telling me is that you want to be able to go out on dates while we're boyfriend and girlfriend. That's what you just said.
Lord, I'm asking you what boyfriend and girlfriend means when you live hundreds of miles away.
It means we stay exclusive to each other. We spend time with each other. We don't go out on dates with other guys or other girls.
So at 24, I sit at home in a robe and slippers talking on the phone with you while all my friends go out.
I don't care if there's other friends involved, but a one-on-one date. Huh?
You do care if there's other friends involved because when I've said, oh, yeah, me and bro and doctor sister are all going to go hang out, you freak out.
Well, yeah, because that's a little different. That's 4 people, with one guy that's already in love with you, doing everything he can to try to get you away from me. Your brother's wanting the doctor's sister. That's more of a double date.
But, Lord, what am I getting out of this? What do I get out of this?
You get me. The actual me that you should be seeing in person now.
Well, what is me?
Now I'm just trying to get frustrated because we're not meeting. Because we keep getting pushed back.
Lorne, it keeps getting pushed back because you keep violating. I'm not asking you to do anything that is out of the ordinary. That's the thing. I'm not asking you to I don't know. I'm not asking you to do anything that's out of the ordinary. I'm asking you to not be abusive and to be respectful of me.
How do you think my mind is working?
I don't think it is working.
When I know you're planning a date with your therapist.
It's not a date. I've said that before. If I say it's not a date, it's not a date. I'm not going on it with a date mindset.
It's one-on-one with another guy. And first of all, a therapist should not be taking a client out to dinner.
Regardless of what
a therapist and a client is not supposed to be on a personal level with each other. It's like the inside joke you had about the candid shit. You said candy cane. You said candid something else. That's too much of a fucking personal level.
So now I can't even have a joke with someone. So now I can't even have a joke with someone.
It shows that you're on a personal level with this guy. So you spend more time on the phone with him than what you're telling me about. And it's been on a personal level. How would I look if I did that with Alex? That wouldn't look good. Her husband or to you. That's why Allie doesn't get on a personal level with me, because she's a therapist and I'm her client. It's not supposed to be on a personal level. This guy has intentionally got you on a personal level with him. To me, that's not keeping it professional. You're there to be a therapist, not your friend. You're there to help you through some shit. Not be there to take you out to dinner.
Regardless of what my therapist does, I have said to you before, Lord, what's disturbing to me is that you can't even exhibit decent behavior for 3 months in order for me to come up there, but yet I'm supposed to want to I'm supposed to want to come up there and see you and do all this old shit, and you can't even be decent for 3 months?
Do you want to come up there and see me?
Lord, I had no problem with doing it, but not now. I mean, not with the way that you behave. Lord, you can't even go 3 months. You can't even go 3 weeks.
How do you want me to feel when your therapist is asking you out to dinner?
Lord.
You really want me to feel good about that? It's not something that a boyfriend feels good about. And you told me you take your brother with you. You obviously changed your mind in the process.
I haven't even talked about it. I mean, I just feel smothered.
You feel smothered by me? And all I wanted was a little text from you saying, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'm having family time right now, like you did the day before.
But Lord, here's the thing.
That was fine.
Here's the thing. I'm not used to having to check in with someone. I shouldn't have to do that. If I'm out with friends,
you
don't have to, Lord. I never ask you what you're doing. Go through. In fact, I have every text message that we have ever sent back and forth. I have never, almost never, unless you said, yeah, I'm over Tony's, I might have said, what are you guys doing? But other than, and that may have happened 3 times. Other than that, I have never asked you what you're doing, what are your plans for that night. I've never asked that question. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. You do that on a daily basis. I am not used to, nor am I interested in having to keep check of what I'm doing.
sometimes I just ask you just to say, hey, what are you doing? Just to set up a conversation with you, just to talk to you a little bit. It's not always what you seem to think it is.
But okay, and sometimes I'll answer in the interest of having a conversation. But if I don't answer, that means I'm not interested in having a conversation. Sometimes I'm with my family, sometimes I'm with my friends, and I just want to be with them.
This personal level with a therapist shouldn't be happening.
See, and you keep going back to that.
I do, because that's where I started from before you changed the subject to that.
But it was the doctor a little bit ago, and now it's him.
I'm not the one that's putting them there in these positions.
But Lorne, I put them there because I want them there.
And
it has nothing to do with
be a threat to me.
Lorne, everything is not about threatening you. It's about the fact that I really, truly, genuinely want to have friends and family and loved ones.
The therapist is supposed to be professional in your life. He's not supposed to be on a personal level with his client.
Okay, who cares?
I do.
Okay, I don't.
He's getting a divorce in 2 or 3 weeks, remember? I already know he wants you.
So what?
How do you think I feel now?
Lorne.
I'm not wrong about everything, Ramona.
Lorne, what you're wrong about is the fact that I am being honest with you. You like honesty. I am being honest with you. I am telling you to go out. I am telling you to have a life outside of me. I am telling you to do things, meet people, have fun. I am telling you not to sit at home all day messaging me why I'm not messaging you back, or messaging me at night asking me what I'm doing and then getting mad and messaging me at 1, 2, 3 in the morning about what I'm doing. I'm telling you that. That's what I'm telling you.
And you tell me that you're going on a date.
See, but you keep reverting back to, well, you're going on a date. What? I am telling you to have a life.
I am not going on a date when I have a girlfriend. I have a lot more respect for her and for me.
And why do you even want to call it a girlfriend when you haven't met me?
We have been for the last 9 months. Why would I change it? Why would you want to change it? Why would you even mention changing it? You know the first thing that pops in my mind? A therapist. You're on a personal level with him, and you're going on a fucking date with him.
No, it has nothing to do with the therapist, but I'm listening to stuff that he's saying. I'm listening to the stuff that the people around me are saying.
Yeah, that I'm such a bad person.
No, it has nothing to do with... Lorne. If you were a doctor who had a whole bunch of money, who had a great personality, who didn't get drunk, if you were that, but you lived hundreds of miles away, I still would not love you. I still would not be talking future with you.
We're talking future earlier with a therapist online. He said when he moves down here.
Lorne, I said hypothetically. I am not making plans for you to move down here. I've not met you, and I don't know if I would want that, Lorne.
Don't you think we ought to meet so we can find out?
Lorne, but here's the thing. I said, can you respect me for 3 months? You've not done that the whole time I've known you. Can you respect me for 3 months?
I mean, when you said yes to a date with a therapist?
Yes, Lorne, because I don't love you. I am not committed to you in any way.
Really?
No, Lorne.
So some guy asked you on a date?
First of all, date.
Huh?
That is not a date. That is
It's a
not.
date.
That is not a date.
A date to a guy getting divorced in 2 to 3 weeks that I already know wants you.
Lord, I have been honest with you the whole time. And that is not a date.
One-on-one, guy and a girl. It's a date.
It is not a date. I have gone out plenty of times, one-on-one with guy friends of mine, and it was not a date.
Well, you're getting off the personal with this therapist that's supposed to be only professional.
No, you just don't get it.
Really? Did you talk to your therapist yesterday on the phone?
No.
About the day before?
Yes, very briefly.
How long?
I said very briefly, I don't know. Do you want me to look at my call records and tell you?
Okay, how many times? Very briefly.
One time.
Did it have anything to do with professional thing?
Professional thing?
Yeah. Did it have anything to do with therapy?
I don't even remember what it was about. It was, what, maybe 10 minutes? What?
Did it have anything to do with therapy?
Lorne.
You see where I'm going with this?
No, but Lorne.
Obviously it didn't have anything to do with therapy.
But Lorne, you're out of line.
No, I'm not. I'm in line and explaining to you exactly what I'm seeing.
Lorne,
You're not wanting to grasp what I'm seeing because of what the therapist is saying. That's bad.
Lord, it has nothing to do with you being bad. I just said if you had means and money and a great personality and weren't getting drunk and all these wonderful things going for you, but you lived in Maine, then it would be the same situation. You have latched on. What?
I was just going to ask you what are you saying?
Well, you have latched on for dear life.
It's something I believe in.
But Lord, why do you believe in this? I've given you no reason to believe in this, and deep down you know that because you have all these stuff. What?
Why do you believe in it?
I don't. I never said I did. Lord, what do I believe in? What is there to believe in?
You must believe in me. You must believe in something about me.
Believe in something? What are you talking about?
You're still here with me. There must be some reason why you're still here with me. You must believe in me.
Well, first of all, that is not at all a good analogy. There's so many people in loveless marriages who don't believe in anything, but they stay because they're stagnant, complacent, and something's better than nothing kind of thing.
Something's better than nothing kind of thing. So am I just something that's better than nothing?
I am talking, oh, good gosh. I'm talking about the example that I just gave you, Lorne. Lord, I am trying to help you.
I'm trying to make you see that we need to meet.
Lord, I have said it.
To keep getting pushed back.
Lord, but here's what they call irreconcilable differences, I think is how it's pronounced. I have said I will not visit you unless you show respect for me for 3 months. You have said, I don't want to do that. I want you to come now, kind of thing. I will never back down from my position of 3 months with respect. I will never back down from that.
So it is respectable to me that you go out on dates.
And there you go, back to you.
I do, because when you're saying yes to a date to another guy...
I said yes to dinner with my therapist. You said yes to pussy from a girl in a Dunkin' Donuts parking lot.
And I messed up, and I haven't done it since that lie. I haven't done anything since.
First of all, I wouldn't know that. That's thing one. Thing two,
well, you can know, because I'm not going to lie to you.
Oh, well, you did about that, and you have many times before, so let's not pretend like you're above lying.
I haven't since then.
Hey, Lorne, that's the thing about lying. When you lie, people don't know if you do it or if it's just something that you did, okay?
Okay, so how do I know you only spent 10 minutes on the phone with the therapist?
Well, first of all, I don't have a habit of lying. But second of all, you don't, Lorne, because you don't know me, because I'm not there. You're not here. You don't know me. I could have been having sex with the therapist. You don't know. You don't know me. That's why this kind of stuff is not healthy. Because here you are freaking out all the time because you're worried about some chick who lives hundreds of miles away from you, who you've never met, whose birthday you love to say that you don't know, whose last name you love to say that you don't know, but if she's real and if she's what she says she is, then you're in love with her and you want to get married to her, you want to spend the rest of your life with her, but yet you're freaking out all the time because you don't know these things about her, but you want to be with her. Lord, this is not healthy. I am trying to help you.
You keep saying the same thing over and over. And
it doesn't get rid of you.
We haven't met. We have not met. That's the same thing you just said. We don't know each other face to face.
Lord. And I say this
if we met.
Lord, I say this not to throw what you did up in your face. I say this to use an example. I'm not going to mention the age. I'm just going to say what you did. You had a chat with someone, Lorne, and you talked about marriage and love after 6 days. Lorne, that is not healthy. That is not normal behavior. 6 days, 6 months is not enough to say, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Especially when you haven't met. So what you want is you want to meet me so that we can decide that we're going to spend the rest of our lives together and get married. But for me, that kind of decision would take years.
What I want is for us to meet so we can start figuring out what's going on.
So that we can start building a life together instead of so that I can see if I'm even interested or anything like that.
So that we know. We're obviously interested over the phone. Why would we not want to know in person?
Lord, okay, let me tell you this, okay? Because I think I have to say it more bluntly. Because of the fact that you have shown an inability, an unwillingness, a determination not to show me 3 months of respect, at this point, if you got a free plane ticket down here and I met you, I would not be interested at all. You can't show me 3 months of respect over the phone. There is nothing that you could do, be, have, say, look, or anything like that in person that would make me interested in a future with you.
It's hard to hear that after 9 months.
Lorne, but I've told you similar things before. You asked me why I don't love you, and you asked me, you kind of got mad at me and said, well, why haven't I tried to love you? You said that. You said that a couple of weeks ago, why I haven't tried to love you. And you said I should start trying to love you.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want to?
Lorne.
Because we haven't been face to face.
Lorne. Did you just ask me why I wouldn't want to love you?
How are you ever going to see the real me if we don't see face to face?
No. Forget face to face. Did you ask? You just said it again. Did you just ask me why I don't try to love you?
I did. You know why?
Why?
Because if you try to, it would be a whole lot different. You continuously tell me over and over that you don't love me. Why don't you love me? Because we haven't met face to face, because we haven't had the chance for you to try to love me.
Lorne, that is not something that you should have to try. That is not something...
No, you shouldn't have to try. How can you not give it a chance if you don't me?
Lorne, you're asking
It keeps
me...
getting pushed back further and further again.
Lorne.
And you want me to believe in that.
Lorne, I didn't ask you to believe in anything, not even Santa Claus. Lorne, listen to me. You are asking me to try to love someone who for 8.5 months has shown me abuse, has called me everything from a piece of shit to a pathetic bitch, who gets drunk and has left some of the most egregious voicemails I've ever heard on my phone, left some of the most disgusting text messages I have ever seen on my phone, has called me repeatedly on my phone, and you're asking me why I don't try to love you? Answer me this. Name one thing that you have given me to love about you. Just one thing.
I'm giving you my heart, so I know that I love you.
Lord, but I've never asked for your heart. Why would you give your entire heart away to someone you've never met?
Because I believe in you.
Lord, but there's nothing to believe in. I've given you
No, because we
nothing.
haven't met.
But Lord, just because you meet a pretty girl does not mean that you give her your heart.
Nothing to do with it. Pretty has nothing to do with it.
Lord, Lord, that is not how relationships start. That is not how relationships progress. Lord, relationships do not start because two people meet each other. One of them calls the other one some of the most vile things in the English dictionary and yells and screams and gets drunk and gets out of control and throws stuff around his trailer. And the other one says, I've just got to fall in love with this. So she falls in love with it, and then she flies up to Maine, and she meets him, and they, whatever, and then
He abuses her? You gotta call the doctor now? Or the friggin' therapist?
I didn't say abuses her. I said, and then they whatever, meaning because in your mind, I don't know if you're thinking sex, or if you're, because in your mind, me going up there probably means a lot of sex to you, and in my mind, it does not.
In my mind, it means being able to be face-to-face with you and hold your hand.
Lorne, you wrote me a poem.
I know what I said in that poem. It's not anything different than I've said to you before.
Lorne, but you wrote me a poem and said, when we finally meet,
with you is what means the most to me.
We go to the hotel room, you're going to kiss my feet. Then you're going to sing a song, then we're going to screw. Then in the morning, we're going to wake up, we're going to eat, then we're going to screw. I mean, you write me a 5-sentence poem, and you talk about screwing in 2 of those sentences, and then you wonder why I think that that's what you want to do is screw.
No, I want to be a part of you.
Lord, but what are you being a part of? Someone who could be a fake internet freak? Or someone who could, like what? Lorne, what are you trying to get?
Hang on, I gotta take this breath test. Hang on a second. All right, I'm back.
All right.
I want to be a part of you, a part of your life. I want that closeness with you. I don't want it with anybody else. I want it with you.
Lorne. I'm going to ask you something, and just be honest. Are you desperate for a girlfriend or a wife?
No, I'm desperate for you and me to meet.
Because what I'm not understanding, and what I probably will never understand, is why there's so much anxiety and why you're so anxious for this future with me to happen when you don't know me.
Why are you laughing about that?
Because I've tried to say it many different ways. I'm really trying to help you. I'm trying to say go out, do things, live your life. Let me live mine. Let's see what happens.
The problem is you go out on these dates. We've never even had to worry about before. But now it's a therapist that's getting divorced in 2 to 3 weeks. That already likes you. That you're getting on a personal level with, which isn't supposed to be happening.
Well, nothing has to do with the therapist. Nothing has to do with the therapist.
Except the date.
Is this what your therapy sessions are like?
My therapy sessions with Allie.
With whoever.
I told Allie about the dinner date that you had with the doctor.
The doctor?
Yeah. You went out with the doctor a few weeks ago.
I thought you meant to say therapist. Lord, and you know what she should have said? I'm going to tell you what she should have said, and then I'll tell you what she probably said to you. What she should have said was good. She should go out. She should go, even though it wasn't a date, she should go on dates. She should be going on dates. She lives hundreds of miles away from you. She's half your age. She should be going out, having friends, and doing things, and meeting people, and enjoying her life, and not spending it sitting on the phone talking to you. And what she should have said to you is, and you should be doing the same thing with women in Maine who are your age. But what she probably said was, oh, that's so horrible. You know, poor thing, Lorne. You know, maybe she's not who she says she is. Or some effect of that.
What she said to me is, if you do a boyfriend and girlfriend out of respect to you, she should have said no to a date.
Exactly. So basically she said what I said she would say.
And this is coming from a female, not a male.
I don't care if she's a female. I don't care if she's a three-male. I don't care what she is.
Not a female that has gotten on a personal level with me, that has already told me that they have an interest in me.
Lord, it does not matter who she is. I'm telling you what she should say for your best interest, and what she should say for your best interest is probably maybe you should see someone who lives in your state. Because if there's going to be this anxiety, think about it, though.
This anxiety is all based around us not meeting.
Oh, boy.
You say it time and time again. You don't even hear yourself say it.
Lorne, I have told you, as it stands, based on what you have shown me,
I know,
without even needing, I didn't even use that word, but without even needing, there is nothing, I would not love you.
Basically saying that word. They're
What?
calling you a loser.
Lorne,
They don't even know me.
what do they have to go on that would suggest that you're not?
Why wouldn't they give me a chance to find out?
The chance was the fact that...
Instead of basing it on something that happened 10 years ago.
Well, the abusive voicemails didn't even happen, some of them didn't even happen 10 days ago.
I was thinking of a...
No, don't think Emma. It's not Emma's fault. No, I'm going to do, this is where I'll defend her. I'll defend her to the hilt. It's not her fault. It's your fault for making the abusive messages and calls. That's your fault. Don't blame her.
So how do I deal with it? You tell me how do I deal with it? How do I deal with the fact that you got my number from Emma? Yeah, people send me letters. I got that fucking letter. How do I deal with that? How do I deal with you still wanting me to be friends with them, or and you still texting her and then telling her that you're thinking about breaking up with me?
Lorne, how to deal with it is to not put your entire heart in someone who you've never met. That's how to deal with it. What?
It's a little too late for that.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, well, I told you back when you did it, don't do it. I told you back when you did that, back when you were talking about doing that, I told you not to do that.
Yep. But I believe in you, so it's kind of worthless saying that.
Lord, you also don't put your belief system in someone who you've never met. This makes...
If I shouldn't believe in you, why would you spend 9 months staying with me after I've been such an asshole? I know I've been an asshole because of the shit that I've been scared about.
Okay, I've spent 9 months talking to you, but I haven't spent 9 months loving you. I haven't spent 9 months planning a future with you. I haven't spent 9 months thinking about having kids with you. I haven't spent 9 months in lust with you. I haven't spent 9 months in like with you. I haven't spent 9 months doing any of those things in any capacity.
You don't like me?
I like you as a person. I don't like you as in I'm in like, which is going to turn into love.
So am I just a passing in time?
No, I mean, what does that mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by passing in time?
Just something to do, to pass time.
No, because, I mean, I have totally would have had other things I needed to do.
What am I then?
You're Lorne Armstrong.
Huh?
You're Lorne Armstrong.
Who cares? I don't care about my name. Well, I do care about my name, but why is it? What if I was that jackass? Would it make a difference?
I don't know. Would Fred Jackass be calling me a piece of shit and a pathetic bitch?
Lorne Armstrong wouldn't see what in the heads make people be pieces of shit in his life.
But see, here's...
Lorne Armstrong trying to fix it. You still haven't answered my question.
Okay, what is your question?
What do you mean? Why does my name have anything to do with it?
So you asked who you were, and I said who you were.
Who am I to you?
Not as much as I am to you, apparently, and that's sad because I didn't want that, and I never wanted that.
But the reason you contacted me was because I was attracted. That's what she told the therapist the other night.
Okay, but does that mean that I wanted to marry you and have babies running around? And certainly, at that point, you had never called me a piece of shit, a whore.
Well, that shit's changing. Fuck, you gotta stop fucking with my head. You keep fucking with my head by bringing these guys into your life, getting personal with a therapist, getting a divorce in 2 to 3 weeks, going on a date with them. You want me to change and have more respect for you? Find a little bit of respect for me.
Lorne,
I know you must have some there somewhere.
Lorne, that is not me disrespecting you. That is me being 20-something.
So because you're 20-something, then you have to go on a date with the therapist that's supposed to be only professional.
First of all, that is not a date. Second of all, me and the doctor, me and the neighbor, me and the therapist, me and the neighbor's cousin, me and bro, me and Dr. Sister, me and Aaron, me and all of these people are just us being young professionals enjoying life. That's what that is.
But the biggest reason the doctor's around is because of you. He even said it out straight himself.
Yes,
the biggest reason
he's
he goes
around.
around is because of you.
Yes, he's around because of me.
The biggest reason he goes over your house is because of you.
Yes.
He said that.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
What were you saying? Or what was I saying?
Okay. First, now you gotta hold on a second. Mom just called me, and I'm gonna call her back, and we're gonna be on 3-way. And I want you to talk to Mom. I want you to ask Mom if I'm an abusive person physically, or
Wait. What? Okay, fine. I'll do it. Fine, I'll do it.
And I want you to ask.
No, I don't want you. No.
If I'm normally a verbally abusive person, people that I'm face to face with.
Okay, let's do that.
Hang on. You hear me?
Hello?
Okay, you can hear me. Can you hear me all right?
Okay. Yes, I can. What'd you do? Just step out of bed?
No, I did not. Good morning, Mother dear. How are you this morning?
Oh, I'm good.
Good. Okay,
Really?
I have a little surprise for you. Hey,
Huh?
I have a little surprise for you.
What's that?
Ramona is on the phone with us on three-way. And she's going to ask you a couple questions about the kind of person I am. Okay?
Whatever.
Okay. Go ahead, Ramona.
Hi, how are you? I'm fine. So, my name's Ramona, as you know, and, Lorne really wanted me to ask you questions about who he is. I'm a little apprehensive about visiting him. I have, ever since I met him, or, well, on the phone, I guess you could say, about 9 months ago, every single week he has gotten drunk, and he has texted me some of the most vulgar things I've ever read in my life. He's called me names. He's made threats to me and my friends. And he does this when he's drunk. And that kind of behavior scares me. To give you a snapshot of the things that he said, he's called me a pathetic bitch. He's called me a piece of shit. He's called me a whore. He's called me a cunt. And I asked him, I don't want to get in this, but I'll tell you this. If somebody done that to me, I would take the hell of them. That's what I would do. Well, but here's the thing. I had said to him, I said, Lorne, I said, you know, I want 3 months of good behavior, and I want 3 months of good behavior, and I will, hang on 1 second. I'm back. Sorry about that. I had said, you know, I want, 3 months of good behavior. Don't call me names. Don't make threats. Don't, don't do any of those things. And I'll come visit you. And I said, but if you violate it, then I'm going to have to start the 3 months over again. And so I said that on July 19th, and he's violated it every week. And so I said, well, okay, so now 3 months starts again, because last night he messaged me after 10, which I asked him not to do that. And he called me, no, he didn't call me a piece of shit. He called a friend of mine a piece of shit. And he said that, and he told me to go F myself. And that's really disturbing to me. And so he wanted you to kind of be a character witness for him.
In person. For things that have happened to me in the past with people that was, well, from the internet. Give her an example of the girl, Vanessa Emily Parker from New York, Mom. 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 Ramona, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Mom, are you there? Hello. Hello, she's there and all. Can't tell on this phone. I can't tell. Hang on, let me call her back again. Okay, can you hear?
I can.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah.
Did you get cut off?
What?
Did you get cut off? Never.
I-
Never got cut off. Listen.
Hang on, nothing.
All I want you to do is tell Ramona what happened with the girl from New York when she was supposed to come up.
What?
All I want you to do is tell Ramona what happened with the girl from New York from the internet that was supposed to come up.
I don't think she needs to come up. I think you better get your life straightened around. If you're doing all that stuff, I ain't sticking up for you.
Well, no. I'm asking you to tell her what type of person I normally am, face to face.
Well, I ain't going to get into that.
Am I a bad guy?
Well, I'm trying to get dressed. I'm supposed to go with Sharon.
Just a minute. Am I an abusive guy? Physically and verbally normally? And face to face?
Usually you're pretty good, but when I heard all that stuff, it makes me mad. So with that, I'm getting off here. I'm getting dressed, ready to go. Bye.
All right, I love you. Okay, you there, Ramona?
So what was the point of that again?
I can straighten my ass out. Now you see how my mother is?
I think she's great. I mean,
She's not going to stick up for me if I'm wrong.
okay, but you expected her to say that you're this great guy, and she didn't say that. That's not what she said.
I was hoping she would say what I normally like, what she said, and normally I'm pretty good, which is me in person when my head is not being fucked with. That's what my whole problem is. I get scared of being fucked with again because of what Vanessa and Lee Parker did, and fucking Amanda James and Paula.
Are you crying?
Yes. I just really want to show you that I love you and what type of person I am in person. I'm not like this in person. I get scared as hell.
Why are you crying, Ron?
Because you mean a lot to me. You don't know it. You don't realize it. I'm telling you I love you. I can't take that back. I'm not the type of person that does all this shit. I just get so mad because of everything that happened in the past. I didn't deserve it. I was honest with every one of them. And I never deserved to have that shit happen to me.
What do you want?
I just want to prove it for you. Just how you freaking scared. This therapist scares the hell out of me because he's there. The doctor scares the hell out of me because he's there. They're able to be with you. And I can't do that. I can't do it until we're with me. You're so much more than just a person over the phone to me. That's why I wanted to do that over the phone with Mom. Because she's not going to stick up for me if I'm wrong.
But you thought that she would, though. You thought that she would say, you called your mom.
I figured she would tell you the real person that I am in person.
You called your mom thinking that she would say that you're as sweet as the sunshine and as smooth as dark chocolate, but she didn't say that.
No, because no.
In fact, she got kind of pissed off because you don't tell her the kind of voicemails that you send and the things that you do.
No, I don't, because I don't want to hurt her.
But it's okay to do it to other people. It's okay to send that kind of stuff to other people.
No, it's not. And I never used to do that shit.
You don't tell your mom that because you don't want her opinion of you to be changed.
I don't want her thinking that I say that shit, but I do. Nothing. And I'm gonna sit down and talk to her about that stuff. But at least now, by doing that, I have some ground to stand on with my probation officer, and with my counselor, and with my therapist.
What ground do you have to stand on?
What are they going to say? That my mother's wrong? That you should come up and meet me right away because otherwise you're not real?
Your mom said for me not to come up. Your mom said...
I know. That's what I'm saying. I didn't have any ground to stand on. All I had was what I was saying, and they won't take that. I needed to hear from Mom. I needed you to say that shit so that I could hear, which I didn't plan for you to say all that shit, but I'm glad that it happened.
Yeah, you had no clue that I was going to say all of what I said.
I know it's me now. I know it's not. I know shit that I need to fix that pisses me off because I know you're being honest with me about everything. I hate it when I do that. I can hate it so bad because I see the past.
Are you crying?
Yes. And I can't fucking help it. I'm trying to not.
It's okay.
God, these fucking people did to me in the past and really like fucked up.
Everyone cries at times.
I really wish that you were the first one that I ever met on the internet.
Well, you
We would have met.
kind of don't wish that because you kind of don't wish that because I started using the internet when I was like 11.
No, that's really, that's not quite what I meant. The shit that the people from the internet did to me is fucked right up. I had all my heart into being honest. And that's how I was raised. I never, ever, 2 years, 2.5 years, with Amanda James, wasted 2.5 years of my life to find out that she wasn't even the person that she showed me she was. She wasn't even the person in the picture. And about her was real, except that she worked at a library or a video shop.
Wait, which was it? Those are two different things.
Well, they sold books and videos. It was a bookstore, I guess it was what it was.
No, you've got to get your life together. I've been telling you the same thing that your mom tells you.
I know.
And you didn't plan for me to tell her everything. I just told her the truth.
I know. I'm glad you did. Now I got.
But if you're glad I did, why didn't you ever tell her?
I didn't want her to think that I talk like that to anyone. I don't normally talk like that to anyone.
So that is your normal behavior, because you've done that. You've done that with Emma since you've known me. You've said her.
I did that with Emma because Emma did shit that was disgusting.
But the day that you asked for her pussy tits video, you had called her repeatedly, and you had called her. What did you call? You called her a weirdo, and you were demanding to know who she was fucking, and then she said she was fucking the dog, and then you said, well, I'll make fun of you for fucking the dog.
She's the one that said fucking the dog.
That's what I said.
Emma did some fucked up shit to me. I believed in her I never thought for a minute that fucking did all that just so she could put shit about me on the internet. Do you see why it fucks me up?
Say again?
Do you see why this shit fucks me up? 2.5 years of Amanda James, a year of Vanessa Hanley, Parker, and then Emma. I put my all into believing in these people, and they turn around and do this shit.
But why? That's the question. Why would you do that after knowing?
Because I was raised to be honest, not stab them in the back.
Well, why does it have to be an all or nothing? Either I'm, quote, honest, or either I'm, quote, stabbing people in the back.
Because I don't want to go halfway.
No, I mean, why can't it just be you meet people, get to know them, and, like, why is it just I put my all in?
Because I don't want to be dishonest with you about me. I'm going to give you my attention. I want you to know that I'm me. I don't want to lie to you about the person I really am. I mean, that's some fucked up shit that I shouldn't have gone through.
Because you never told me that you were this violent.
But I never was this violent. I've never been verbally abusive to anybody until friggin' Emma.
Somehow I don't believe that.
Well, you can believe it because I never had them. She did that to me.
That's a really hard sell. That is difficult to believe that all of a sudden
All of a sudden. It was after all the build-up.
Okay, so there was a build-up, and now you had a complete personality flip. That's where the BS is, because
no, there was no BS at all. I mean, me and Emma were great as best friends. I thought that way because I thought Emma was being true and honest and a real best friend. Then I turn around and find out that she's doing all this shit just to put stuff on the internet about me so she can make money off her YouTube channel. That's what fucked me up.
in her defense, because I think she had, what, 60,000 views, if even that. That's like maybe $40 in YouTube money. I mean, she spent more than that on a T-shirt for you.
At my expense. She's putting all this information on there about me without my knowledge. Just so she can make $40 a month.
No, I'm not talking about a month. I'm talking all together. 60,000 YouTube.
$40 a month. That's what she told me.
Okay, that's a lot to go through for $40 a month, even.
Shit.
That would be a lot to go through for $40 a week.
And no shit.
But what I'm saying to you is, you know, it's not an easy sell to say, well, I was this great guy, and then this girl who was supposed to be my friend screwed me over, so now I abuse people, I verbally abuse people, even though I never have before. You either do or you don't. You don't just randomly one day...
I never did before that.
Well, if you did, you never would have started. You don't just start verbally abusing someone because someone you had never met screwed you over. There's always these reasons and excuses that you make for your behaviors.
But what you're not hearing is there was 2.5 years of Amanda James.
Okay, but you just said Emma.
Then there's 2.5 years of Amanda James. a year of Vanessa Emily Parker. Then there was Emma. And it wasn't even a love thing with me and Emma. It was supposed to be a best friend thing. With me not knowing what she was doing, what she was actually doing.
I mean, it's just...
It's terrible.
No,
it sucks. It sucks.
But Lorne, these are... But maybe I'd have more sympathy for you if these were actually people who you had met in real life. I don't know. I've never been to Maine, okay? I don't know if vaginas in Maine are as common as, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know if vaginas in Maine are like extinct or something. I don't know. But there are women in Maine who you could date. And so this emphasis on online relationships is something that perplexes me. I mean, I don't know if global warming caused the end of vaginas in Maine, but I'm sure they have some in New Hampshire, and that's right next door.
It's not a matter of meeting somebody in Maine.
And what's it a matter of?
Better have met you. And I believe in you. And I need to get past this problem that I have. And now with Mom saying that, kind of hit reality that I'm the problem.
But how did you not know that?
Because all I was concentrating on was what everything everybody else did to me.
So a bit of self-loathing?
Huh?
Self-loathing?
Self-pity, I guess. Maybe more of the correct term, self-pity. And unfortunately, been taken out on you.
So now, because of this nonsense, at 7 o'clock, a 77-year-old lady was awoken with the reality of how abusive and unstable her son is.
Yeah, but at least I talked to her and she can help me through it. I can get past this problem. It's not something she ever really...
I mean, she's not qualified to be your therapist. She's an elderly lady who probably...
My mom, she's an automatic therapist, whether she wants to be or not. And all mothers are.
And what is her payment? Because she raised you. What does she pay to get paid?
She needs her son to get his head back on straight.
See, because that's not her job. She needs to think about herself. She's 77. She's on Social Security, and who knows if that's going to outlive her with what they're trying to do to it. So, I mean, it's like she has her own issues, and she has her own things that she needs to deal with. Do you want her to
have to work with him? Us kids are making sure I'm never have to work.
Most of you kids, don't give me that bullshit, because half of you and your siblings can't even afford yourself. living paycheck to paycheck at 50 years old. Some of you aren't even getting paychecks. And you think, well, we got to take care of Mom. Y'all can't do shit for her. She needs her Social Security.
Yeah, she does need her Social Security.
Okay, and then how are you going to help her?
But they're not going to let Mom go back to work.
Your sister works at a gas station, and she lives check to check.
We'll all get part-time jobs if we have to. We know that Mom will never have to work again.
Yeah, and everybody, oh, we'll all get part-time jobs. Well, why, if you guys are living check to check, why don't you get the part-time jobs now? So that when you have a crisis, or if you have a crisis, that you can have some money saved up in the bank to afford the crisis.
I'm trying to get a job now.
Okay, well, you're trying to get a job, and you're talking about how everybody else is going to get part-time jobs.
I figure everybody else will.
Okay, do you think
make enough money? I'll start the business back up here if I have to make extra money, and make more money.
Are these the same people who you say use money from you?
Hello?
Or what, are you guys going to sell marijuana out of your mom's house or something?
The hell would we do that for? None of us do marijuana except one.
Who does?
One of them. One of us, not me. Definitely not me. Shit stinks. Me and Richard could make enough money, keep Mom going with no problem.
Or your mom could keep her Social Security and focus on herself and not focus on the drama that her children are going through at 50. Because she's done her job. She's raised you. I mean, she shouldn't be obligated to give you mental and moral support.
Whether you realize it or not, with what you told Mom saying that, the best therapy that I could ever have had.
Is what?
Her saying what she said. You telling her what you told her, her saying what she said. That is the best therapy that I could ever have.
What, your mom telling you that you need to get your life together? But she's been telling you that.
But if she didn't know the depth of how I have been insecure. She didn't know about how I've been insecure emotionally.
And so in order for you to attempt to be a decent person, your mom has to know that you're disrespectful of women?
No, but I needed to hear shit from her.
And now her day is fucked.
No, her day is not fucked up. I'll be talking to her again.
Yeah, but, okay, you know what?
Her day is not fucked up.
Okay, you know.
Much harder things than this.
Okay, here's the thing, okay? If I'm a 77-year-old lady, and if I think that my son is even halfway decent, somewhat decent, and I have someone calling me at 7 o'clock in the morning telling me that my son called them a pathetic bitch, a piece of shit, a whore, a cunt, that's going to fuck up more than just my day. Because my thinking is, well, I raised him better than that. And this is how he behaves, yet he doesn't behave like this around me. So is he a chameleon? Is he a sociopath? Or is he just plain freaking crazy?
Or is he just messed up from his past?
For from his past and from other people. But all meanwhile,
See, what the difference is, though, is that Mom knows what family members have done to me. She knows that it's affecting me. She knows that the girl from New York, Vanessa Ann Lee Parker, that was supposed to come up 7 times. She knows that affected me. Because Vanessa had even talked to Mel, which was Mom's friend/boyfriend at the time.
okay, she might know that you've had issues with people, but I find
they still exist. She didn't know those issues still exist.
okay, your mom, if she's anything like the woman who I spoke to on the phone, is not going to readily make excuses for you.
Exactly.
And so this whole what other people did and Vanessa Lee Parker and all this whole shit, that's not going to fly with her.
No. That's why when Mom says that's messed up and I need to get my shit straight, I needed you to say that shit to her for me to realize it is me.
So what's the first step in you getting your shit straight?
To stop being verbally abusive to you. Stop freaking out. To know that I can trust you. I have no reason to trust you other than what I was scared of. Now Mom's saying that to me. I can't even be scared of that now. Because you've proven yourself. Stuck with me through all my horse shit. And you have no idea how good that makes you look to Mom.
I'm not.
That's why you haven't been up here yet.
You know, I'd be curious to know the depth of how honest you're going to be with your posse tomorrow, your therapist, your counselor, and your probation officer. Are you going to tell them that
class today?
You have sex offender class today?
Yeah, in Bangor I could leave at 8:45. You leave here at 8:45. Be there at 10.
You have class in a few minutes.
Oh, it's
What, 9, 10?
It's 10 to 8 right now.
Okay, so you have sex offender class. So what are you going to say?
I'm going to say exactly what happened. I've got to be honest. I got to get past this shit. I got to realize the fucking shit that is fucking me up is all just because of my insecurity. Mom saying that shit, I can really make it sink in. That's why it was important that you talk to Mom. Normally I am pretty good.
Pretty good at what?
And decent to people.
Okay, so now what?
Oh, I'm sorry I've been an asshole to you. And you'll get your 3 months.
The 3 months?
I'm going to explain it to my probation officer, my counselor, and Allie. Hey, hang on there. Voice calling. He answer his call real quick. He's tried calling me 4 or 5 times.
You can put me on 3-way. I'll just mute myself.
Okay, well, hang on. I'll let him hang up, and then I'll call him back. That way he can be on 3-way.
All right.
Any call will be able to be on 3-way. I don't know if you can leave me another message or what. Okay. All right, hang on. Let me call him back. Are you there?
Yeah. I'm going on mute.
No. Good afternoon. Hey. Hey. You want to see? Huh? You want to see? Am I right? Listen, you want to see? What are you doing? I'm leaving. I'm on the phone with Ramona. No, I thought so. That's why I can't get a hold of you. I can tell when you're on the phone. Yeah, well, I can leave in less than an hour, too. Oh, you got your thing this morning? Yeah. What time did you say it was, 9:30? No, I get it at 8:45. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to Vegas. Just to make a long story short, me and Jackie had it out. I've been out here, School Street, fighting since 2:30 this morning. Oh, really? Yeah, I went through 2 pots of coffee and 1 beer. You need to have no beer. Yeah, I've had a couple more. Jackie's on her way down. I already talked to Flight. Make a long story short, I might stop by Richards and sort some more of that metal. That's fine, but it probably ain't going to be there. If you're not there, I don't really want to be there, you know. Well, you want to know, so I'll climb through the dog door. How long's your appointment? It's an hour and a half. I won't get back in until around 12:30. I get stop by Mom's after class. Yeah, I already talked to Mom this morning. So she's anxious to get off the phone with me because Richie calls. So whatever. Yeah. I don't care, but talk to the other boys. I don't give a shit. At least one helps me out a little. So I'm on the line with Ramona right now, so let me get my phone so I can prepare. Okay, well, yeah. Yeah, well, you can talk and drive anyway. So Jackie's going to be on her way down a little bit. She's going to go to Walmart, and we're going to make up, and it's all good. I just didn't like, to make a long story short, one, I didn't like it because she's kind of treating you like shit. Because I had to go over and load the trailer up last night. And that's why I got all pissed. Yeah. Instead of starting an argument, I take off. You know me. So we'll talk to you. Give me a call anytime. All right. I'll talk to you. Okay. Okay. Right. Tell her I said hi. Okay. Okay, Bob. We'll talk to you later. All right. Bye. Bye-bye. You there?
Yeah.
Okay. Knows how he ate. Did he eat beer? A couple more. That's probably the whole reason they started fighting.
So tell me what this means that you're going to do.
This means you're going to get 3 months. This means that you're going to get your 3 months of me acting like a normal human being instead of a fucked up asshole.
No, I mean for your treatment. Because if you're going to be honest with them now, there's a lot more that you have to do.
Well, I've already been honest with that. I told her how I've been acting. I told her that I say this shit to you. She's working with me on it.
Now, how is she working with you on it when you're still doing it?
Because she's only been working with me on it for, 2 weeks now? And it wasn't completely out of my head yet. I mean, I would Mom saying that. I need to focus a whole lot harder on getting this shit out of my head and getting my shit straight.
Well, why don't we take some time apart while you focus on yourself and doing those things?
Because I want you there with me.
Lorne, I have been with you, and it hasn't helped you.
But it's helping me out, and I want you to see it.
Lorne, it's not helping you. It's just dragging me. Like, do you want to drag me down with you?
No, I want to bring you up, and I want to show you that.
But Lorne, you're not up, and I feel like you're dragging me down.
I don't want to drag you down. I want to bring you up, and I want you to see it.
Maybe we should take some time while you work on these things.
I want you to be there with me. You've been there with me the whole time. I don't want you to leave me.
Lord, Lord, but here's the thing. I have been there with you the whole time. What am I getting out of this, Lord? Everything is still the same. I know you just say you just had this big revelation, but everything is still the same.
It's not going to be.
But you say it's not going
to see it.
Lord, how about rather than it's not going to be, you want me to be able to see it, how about you make the change and then I'm introduced to you and then I see the changes? How about we do this?
How long now?
Lord, take the time and focus on yourself and get yourself together.
I want you there with me.
Lord, but it's not helping me. It's dragging me down.
But I want to bring you up, and I want you to see
But
it.
Lord, how can you bring me up when you're so far from up? You're not up, so you can't bring me up.
I'm going to be getting there a lot from now. I want you to be able to see it. I want to share this with you. I want you to see this stuff.
Lord, you are dragging me down.
I'm not going to disappoint you. I promise.
Lord, you've already disappointed me. And now that I've told your mom this, and I feel bad because a 77-year-old lady had to hear this about her son. It's like, you know, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to see the changes as they happen. I want to see the changes after they happen. Being there for this is not helping me.
Is it going to help us being apart?
It's going to help me.
How's it going to help you?
Because, Lauren, you're dragging me down.
But I don't want to. I want to bring you up, and I want to show you that I can.
But that's not what you're doing.
But that's what I want to show you. I know the problem now is me. I want to be able to show you. I want to prove it to you. Give me a week.
Lord, no. A week is not enough to make these changes, Lord. You have a lot that you need to do.
But I don't want to spend time apart. I want to be able to show you that
I need to spend time apart, Lord.
I'm working hard.
Lord, I need to do things. There are things I need to do. There are things I need to get straightened out. And I don't always have the energy to be on the receiving end of abusive voicemails and 10-hour phone conversations.
I guess I am crying.
You decided you're crying? Why are you crying?
I'm away from you again. So hard when you've been there for me the whole time. The best time is going to be coming, and I don't want you to be away from you. I want to be able to show you this stuff.
I have heard this so much.
This one.
Lorne, okay, but yeah, I mean, it's your mom. She is right. You need to focus on yourself. She is worried that she has a son who's pushing 50 and who she probably feels like was better off in prison because you didn't have all this stuff going on.
Oh, she knows I want better off in prison. Don't want to go through Ramona.
What?
I don't want to lose you. I'm scared as hell if we spend time apart again. Therapist is going to step in.
Oh, gosh. Well, I see no other alternative but to spend some time apart.
Am I wrong in feeling that way? That he's going to step in and take you away?
Lord, that could happen even if we're not spending time apart, if that was going to happen.
Are you going to let it happen?
Lord,
You're the only one that could let it happen.
Lord, the therapist and I, first of all, I'm not dating the therapist.
No, you're dating me.
Lord, we don't go on dates. You have to go on dates in order to be dating. And Lord, I need time apart.
Are you my girlfriend?
We'll see.
What do you mean we'll see? This is what I'm saying. We're going to lose each other. The best part of me is coming now, and we're going to lose each other.
The best part of you is... That's almost funny, though. The best part of you is coming. So you have been living a lie for these 9 months, as you like to say.
Have been what?
Have been living a lie. You're saying the best part of you is coming.
The best part of me, so that I'm back to normal again.
What is the best part? The part that's not abusive?
Yes, the part that is me, that is actually me without having a head that fucking feels like I'm being screwed. The part of me that's not scared. It shows you that I believe in you.
Lord, self, and get yourself together.
Are you my girlfriend?
Lord, we'll see, because there's been a lot of issues that I don't know.
You saying we'll see leaves it wide open so that you can go out on a date with the therapist and shit.
No,
You see what I'm saying?
I'm not going out on dates with anybody. I have a knee surgery this week. I don't think you understand that. I'm having surgery this week. My focus is getting myself together so that I can walk.
Okay, but what about all this personal time that you spend with the therapist on the phone?
What time did I spend with the therapist on the phone?
Spend personal time with him on the phone. You get to know him personally. when it's not supposed to happen.
You're the time that I've spent with him on the phone, you were on the phone.
Yeah, but he's getting personal with you, telling you things about his life. He's not supposed to be doing that.
You were on the phone.
I know. And I heard all the personal stuff that he was saying to you and telling you. About getting the divorce, all that. You guys know each other down the road.
Lord, what he says,
that stuff.
Okay, who cares? What he says is notwithstanding. My focus is not him. My focus is me. And that's what your focus needs to be. You. My focus is getting my outward body right, namely my knee. Your focus needs to be getting your inward body right and inside of you. You need to get right inside of you.
How long apart are you talking?
However long we need.
Don't want to be 3 weeks.
What?
I don't want it to be 3 weeks. I know we don't need 3 weeks.
Lorne, you have deep issues that need to be resolved that you should not be wanting to bring into a relationship.
How can I show you that they're getting resolved? I can't talk to you.
Lorne, they're not getting resolved, and you have been talking to me, and they still haven't been getting resolved.
We're definitely going to be getting resolved now. That's that I needed to hear that shit from my mother. I'm so sorry that I got so messed up. I love you, Ramona. I don't want to lose you. I hate all this shit that happened to me. I hate that it affected me, that I brought you down. I never wanted to bring you down. It's so much to me to bring you up, and I fucking get so scared, and I hate it. I hate that. Oh, don't I hate that? I never realized how messed up I was till Mom said that. That's why it was important for you to talk to Mom. I knew she wouldn't lie about anything.
It took your mom saying that you shouldn't call women pathetic bitches to do that? To realize that that's really fucked up behavior?
No, I knew it was fucked up behavior, but it didn't dawn on me that it was all me. It's all inside of me.
Lorne, but you need to get inside of yourself. You need to get in there and figure out why you do these things, and that's only going to come with the help of therapy. And it's not therapy that's centered around Ramona. It's therapy that's centered around Lorne.
I know, and I know what the whole problem is. It's just I can't understand why it would help me so much. I can't understand why I treated you like I treated you when I had no doubt in my mind. I've always been honest. Always. And I've always believed in you, even when I said the stupid shit I said.
Lorne, but you haven't. Because how many times have you accused me of cheating, of different guys putting their penises in me, and, I mean, all sorts of vulgar things that you said. I didn't even tell them those, I didn't even tell your mom those types of things that you've said about all the guys who wanted to stick their penis in me, basically acting and trying to make me feel and believe like I was worth nothing more than a vagina and a pair of eyes. And you did that one. Those are your behaviors.
Well, based on being played with, and I never should have done that shit. You never played with me. Even the friggin' letters I got, I knew you never did anything wrong.
We need to take some time apart.
I want you to remain boyfriend and girlfriend. Concentrate on what we have to concentrate on ourselves. Okay?
Okay, what you said?
I want us to remain boyfriend and girlfriend. Concentrate on what we have to concentrate on ourselves. We're time apart.
Wait, you're kind of rambling.
I don't want us to break up. We're going to take time apart. I just want us so that I can fix my shit so you can get past your knee surgery. I don't want us to break up. I've got a lot of stuff to prove to you. I don't want you to think that 9 months has been a waste of time, because it hasn't. I want you to know that you believe in it and it's not been in vain. All right, I'm out of the store again.
All right. So yeah, so we've got to take some time apart. This is going to be good.
I'm not going to let you down. This time you're really going to see it. I swear to God, there is no way that I'm going to break this promise to you this time. I just don't want us to break up.
Well,
They
they and other people.
I'm not going to.
I give you permission to.
I'm not going to say the same thing. You're wasting your breath saying that because I don't want to see anyone else.
What?
You're wasting your breath saying it because I don't want to see anyone else. I'm not wasting these last 9 months. And they've meant so much to me. And I know what the end results were. I'm not wasting these last 9 months when they meant so much to me, when I know what the end results were. I know what this shit is worth more than what I've ever known anything before. But at least now I know it's me. And there's no way that I'm going to disappoint you this time. I'm sorry for what I did last night. I wish I would have talked to Mom about that stuff before. Maybe then I would have been able to understand it better.
What's there to understand?
That I was so scared about. The reason why it was so hard for me to believe in completely not have to be scared. Wish that you and Mom would have talked more before so that she could see what kind of person you are. Probably really would have helped out. But then she believed in you as much as I do. Now she probably, I'm quite sure she does believe in you. Now she probably understands why you haven't been up here yet. At least when I come back today, at least I can go over there and have some talk about it.
But ultimately, your plan wasn't to have me tell her about the way that you act.
Yeah, that wasn't my plan. But that's what happened, and that obviously is what needed to happen. That didn't happen, then it wouldn't have made me realize that it was all me. I didn't find that I need to fix.
Say again?
There's shit inside that I need to fix.
And how are you going to go about that?
I concentrate on fixing it all. Certainly not going to leave you any nasty messages again.
How many times have I heard that one?
And you can count on it this time. This time is quite a lot more deeper than before. Now at least I can talk to Mom about my stuff. She can give me her input. And I have a leg to stand on with my probation officer and my counselor and my therapist and let them all know that what Mom said. He told Mom stuff that I do and what Mom said. That's going to shut them right up. Especially my probation officer, because she's the one that's putting so much pressure on me.
How was what your mom said going to shut your probation officer up?
Because she's my mother.
But you said before that nothing you say means anything to them, so how do they know that you're not lying?
Well, because they can ask Mom. I can bring my probation officer right over to Mom, and she can ask Mom.
Maybe you should do that.
I'd like to, but the problem is, unless Mom's right at my house when her probation officer shows up, or unless my probation officer calls Mom and talks to Mom, she might do that. I know this might be a little hard for you to understand, but I kind of feel like a little, I don't know, the pressure has been taken off me by Mom knowing the way I've been acting.
The break has to start now. We need some time apart.
I hate to hear it, I know.
What?
Much as I hate to hear it, I know. Don't want us breaking up.
So I'm going to get ready to hop off of here.
Love you, Ramona. Don't
Thank
ever
you.
second guess it. Don't ever second guess it, all right?
All right. I will talk to you later.
All right. Love
Bye.
you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.